planning processes, and the basic concept of ours is based on the people, process, and technology. People part, we have highly skilled people who are processing this entire thing because we have already passed through the scope one, scope two. We are in the scope three level where we are totally committed because we are controlled not only by the statutory bodies from government of India or internationally, because when we move goods from across the globe, all the country wherever the touch base of those goods are there, it is being pointed and we have to clear those things. So you can imagine if you are moving the goods from 7 8 countries, so we have to be totally compliant on that. So on that basis, and on the plant operations, we have, as I think Deepak already has mentioned about a lot of things, we are also doing same processes, not to repeat that one. First thing is the reporting part of it, which we have already done with audit part of it, which EcoBuddy is the one audit which I think many of us is going through it. We have passed at least the gold level, which is I think it base benchmark for us also looking into that industry, and monitoring with the GRI and various reports. What Deepak has mentioned, we are also monitoring a lot of reports with the consultants and within the scope of within the company.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone, for sharing the insights into what your organizations are doing when we talk about sustainability. Well, delving into the specific aspects of supply chain, Mr. Sanjeev, my first question is to you. How do you promote responsible sourcing, and what strategies can be implemented to address the potential ethical and environmental challenges in the procurement process?
Okay. I think a lot of point already touched base. I just try to go the first part of that, the sourcing and how is important and how we can try to go more ESG or sustainable into that. While we try to do a sourcing, most of the company, we try to look at lowest cost. Or when we do my total landed cost comparison, a lot of time we not consider what are the parameters which all we need to talk about, like if you go to your supply chain tier 1, tier 2, or the complete ecosystem, is it ways of working? Do we do the compliance audit for your supplier, not your supplier, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3? So the complete value chain, how we working on that, like minimum wages, safety, association of the manpower, although this is a tricky topic, but Europe and all they talk about in their sourcing aspect, but a lot of Asia, this is more tricky topic. Also the minimum wages compliance is also into that. So all of these things we a lot of time ignore. We just try to go on core parameter, purely looking business to business into that. That's an important angle. Second thing, the environmental impact on that. If you sourcing from a distance, regularly you bringing the product, how much carbon discharge you creating into that. All of these is not part of our checklist. I think we need to need to develop a template, need to change the complete scoring mechanism, including all of these aspects. Also, as Deepak touched base about the product. So how the product, like we all talk about circular supply chain, all these aspects need to come into that. So the sourcing is not just going for the new source for the product, but focusing on a complete value chain of the product, not at its starting, but serving to the customer, maybe depending on product to product, 5-year, 10-year, 15-year commitment you giving to your market. Like capex goods, a lot of company give 15-year commitment to the customer, like phase out or the life cycle is 15-year into that. So all of these aspects need to be focused, but again, it's not easy because we all try to go for the lowest cost. Everyone is running, especially maybe the big multinational can think about, but in India, the MSME and a lot of different player into that. And all of these have an impact on the cost also. It's not a direct, but indirect. Like if you try to ensure a minimum wages, you go, then the cost, it may impact to the product. You go for the discharge, like as we talked about, should be a zero discharge factory. then you need a treatment plant, you need a pollution control, you need this and that compliances. All of these are the costs you need to maintain into that. End of the day, everything will come and loaded on the product and how you selling into that. And that's how the developed country, maybe 10, 20, 30, 50 years before, start sourcing a lot of these things from the Asia. Now again, the trend is changing from global to more local sourcing. And these all environmental issues is also on the surface, like who owns. I'm not trying to again repeat the same point, but there's also a question into that. So we need to create a comprehensive framework for that, not just the basic 2 or 3 questions we talk about while we making a decision for the source.
Thank you so much. Sudhir sir, we'll come to you with the next question that's focused on sustainable products. So how do you ensure the production of eco-friendly, environmental-friendly products and like how do you maintain your operational efficiency while ensuring that the consumer needs are met?
Yeah, sure. Lot has been said already, and always practical is better than theory, right? So let me give you cite some examples. The whole focus for us is again, sustainability is all about reduce, reuse, and recycle, the triple R, right? So what can be done or what we have done as a company? Let me take you an example of, one of the, it is all about reducing your waste, right? How do you treat your waste? So one aspect is to reduce the waste. So in the hotel industry, a lot of food is a menace. Food waste is a big wastage, right? So how can you reduce it? So what we have done is kind of, there is some equipment called waste calculator. Okay, it's like AI. You whatever waste is coming, you're throwing in each restaurant, you can measure, weigh it, and then some components of it, it can tell you that what items particularly, whether it's a paneer, whether it's the aloo, whether it's whatever, is the major item of waste. So the information from that back flows to the chefs in the kitchens, and then the dosage or the quantity of that particular item is reduced. So it saves you cost one way. Secondly, your waste is reduced. So once that exercise is done, now you take it forward. What do I do for the waste disposal, right? So in each of our properties, what we have done is that we have the waste treatment plants. So all the waste, which is generally the bio waste, which is purely treated, right? And then it is output will be either a biogas or there will be some kind of manure. So the manure, whatever comes, we are utilizing to horticulture purposes as a fertilizer, as a this thing. And whatever is the biogas, it gets back utilized for your kitchens, some of your kitchens. So absolutely in a property, you become solid waste neutral if you are using everything or nearby to neutral, right? So this is one example. Let me take another one. The bigger menace becomes of the electricity. I think we are the corporation where we can, as a company, we can take pride in saying that we are carbon neutral. Or many of our hotel properties are lead carbon neutral. Why? The electricity what we are using is generally what you do. You use the municipal or whatever the state electricity board electricity, right? The making of which is highly, it spreads a lot of pollution. So what we use is we are into the renewable source of energy. So either it can come from solar power or wind energy, which is wind farms. So we own many of the wind farms, and that energy is harnessed and is transported through the legal route. Now a lot of facilities are there how these can be transported and pan India, and with that we are using. So it not only saves you cost, there are substantial difference in per unit cost, but also your credit on the carbon points which we say that increases a lot, right? And so whatever balance is there, then it can be substantiated with other initiative. It could be like, for example, a lot of in the engineering side heat pumps. You require a lot of hot water, right? So traditionally you use boilers and coal fired and diesel fired and all that. A lot of pollution goes in the environment and you are emitting a lot of gases. Heat pump is a technology wherein you can use through the electricity and the efficiency of that water, the actual usage of electricity is reduced by a substantial amount, a significant amount. Moreover, there is a byproduct of it which can be used in the chillers. So it's two things happening.
with one product, you are getting dual advantage, right? Same way, there are something called in AHUs, your air conditioning and all, you use kind of AC motors to run it. So new tech which is coming is BLDC, the DC motors. Again, your efficiency is increasing by nearly 15 to 20%, right? So these are some of the initiatives which we have taken right on the ground on the engineering side. Other thing, a big man is these bottles, plastic bottles. How many of these are used? Lakhs of lakhs annually, these are used, tons of waste. Of course, the kind of micron it is, now these are recyclable, but the yield is low. So what we have done is that, we get out of the plastics and we are using the glass bottles. So we developed a product which could be retrofitted within the compound, within the building itself. So we have put also the water treatment and filtration and softening plants. So again, it's not only the plastic waste which you reduce, right? That waste. You are not giving anything to the environment and hence the carbon emission. Secondly, the logistic scope 3 kind of emissions, you avoided that as well. Because when the bottle comes to you, the plant might be somewhere in one state and transported to other states. So a lot of emission happens. So these are some of the other examples, and likewise many, kind of strategic interventions we have taken on the product side, whether it's the dental kits which we are using, going back to bamboo, which is 40% much more reduction in the carbon dioxide, right? So bamboo is a kind of shoot which compared to wood also, it is much more environmental friendly. It absorbs less of water. Now coming to third vector of it, which is water. Water, again, we say we are kind of neutral because whatever water we are consuming from the electricity, from the water boards, more than that, we are recycling on a daily basis and giving to the community. Now, community could be nearby gardens in your cities or in your towns, etc., or it could be the water to the some of the societies which are nearby for their what for it is used. Recycled water or good quality, though not drinkable, but still for your cleaning purposes, for your horticultural need, watering in the gardens, right? For your other your WC uses, right? So all that in our hotels as well as nearby communities we are supporting a lot, and so 80% we'll say of our water needs are kind of substantiated by these interventions on the recycling of water. Now the remaining 20%, what we have done is we have formed some kind of rain harvesting. So there are kind of wells which are getting charged. So on the rooftop, there is a rain harvesting happening, and that water is flowing back to the community. There are some wells nearby which are getting charged, and that water is getting used. So wherever we are supplying this water, or you as a company or as an individual, you supply that recycled water, whether for gardening or for other purposes, that much of water you are saving. That
after 12 months or 1.5 years, we took to reach to that level where somebody, a global organization is certifying that you are 99, more than 99%. So that's thing, Chandni would like to say something more, so not take too much of it.
I will just dwell upon the circularity concept because, as Indians, we are very used to it because thankfully in our country already we are repairing our goods or we are reusing the goods or our hand-me-downs are going to the next sibling or but whatever child. So I'm just saying that circularity as a concept is like a closed loop. So you start with a you product, but you see the end of life of that product. Till the end of life, you track that product. So for promoting circularity, I believe the first important thing that one needs to do is building into the design, like already some panelists have mentioned, design for circularity. And the second is building some modularity into the products so that more and more the repairs, etc., are easily possible instead of having to put the product apart or having some very skilled labor to do it. If the companies build some modularity, so if this part is not working, easily the spares are available. And the third important part of circularity is that we close the chain in terms of having it being disposed in a responsible manner. So I will close that with that.
So now, since we're coming to the close of the panel, Vineet, sir, I'll just quickly ask you one thing. If there's one technology that you would like to recommend to the audience over here and suggest that they could adopt that to make their supply chains more sustainable, what would that be?
So now this uses of digital tools is not something which we can say good to have. Now it is new normal and everyone have to have this digital tools in place. But the worst part, especially into the sustainability tracking and tracing, is still more than 52%. The recent survey shows 52% companies are using a spreadsheet to get the report. But we all are talking, we should do this, that thing. If we can measure, then we can control. If we can't measure, we can't control. So just to start the control, we have to create a baseline. And it can't be happen on spreadsheets or we can say in bits and pieces. So we have to have some solution. And nowadays, this entire procurement, most of the companies has this thing digitalized and they have this inbuilt capabilities where they just capture your customer suppliers data to get it updated you on real-time basis. Real-time means not on daily basis, but again on a quarterly or half-yearly basis, how much sustained you are by means of and what are the parameters which you needs to act upon. Because this is not handholding, this is not only and only ki I'm going to lead, yes, you're not fulfilling whatsoever the requirement is. This is something we have to handhold our suppliers to make them sustainable. Okay, so nowadays there are n number of this thing solutions available. We have tools especially for this thing sustainable tracking individual, and there are tools which are integrated with your supply chain digital process.
Thank you so much, sir. Ajay, sir, we'll conclude the panel with you and we'll touch base upon the most important topic when we talk about sustainability, and that's governance. So, how can organizations leverage sustainability reporting to effectively drive the change management initiatives and promote a more sustainable and responsible approach across the supply chain?
See, despite the long-term vision every organization has, there is a lack of visibility on the front of ROI-based initiative on sustainability. everybody is talking about the long-term 2050, 2030, 2070 goals, but nowhere it has been talked about the ROI-based sustainable initiatives. That is where the things are required, which makes a change management, whether partnering with the government bodies, partnering with the industry associations, and taking example like we sell our product to 50 odd countries on all the 5 continents, and we are leveraging about all the big giants customers and small customers and our partners to leverage upon this initiative where it is giving a leverage to complete the scopes like what I mentioned earlier, that scope 1 and scope 2 already we have completed, and we are going into scope 3 in advanced stage, where even though we are organization who are very hazardous in nature, but the compatibility of the sustainable growth, what we are seeing, it is in a very compatible way. So that is where the change management is happening. That is a in gist I can tell you about.
Thank you so much, everyone. Yes.
Sorry, I'm just take 30 seconds. So I was in Singapore for uh, as a panelist, and there I've corrected some. PhD campus of commerce and the people were there, the chief guest, and they're also say the same thing. I'd like to say the same. So whenever we do program sustainability, at least should not use papers. We all can have glass bottles. We all come with the pen or pencil, whatever we have. You have to provide that pencil, paper, and all. Agenda you are already sending on the day. We all come with diaries. You don't have to give any papers and all. Just to give you an overview, for one bottle, plus 3 liters of water is required to produce one bottle. Just imagine, and how many bottles we use today. Most around 600 billion plastic bottles industry produces, and 85% goes to landfill. Now coming back to paper, one sheet of paper required from 2 to 13 liters of water, and 93% of paper comes from the trees. Imagine how many paper we use and how many trees we are cutting sitting here. So by recycling of 1 metric ton of paper, we can save 1,400 liters of oil, 26,500 liters of water, and 17 trees. Now coming back to pen and pencil, all plastic pen goes for the landfill. Just imagine. And these pencils, we are cutting close to 1 lakh trees in a year to just make the pencils. So we can't eliminate that, but at least minimize so that when we speak about sustainability, we can lead by example. That's a request. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for sharing your insights and telling us more about sustainable supply chain. For our audience, if you have any questions, we'll take that later offline, please. You can discuss with the panelists outside. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to all the dear panelists for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists and the chair for curating the session so well. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Thank you. Moving forward to yet another panel discussion on a very interesting topic is coming up. Transforming supply chains, leveraging ESG practices and blockchain technology for a sustainable future. And to take this forward, I would be requesting the humble presence of our panelists now, starting with Ajay Sikka, Director, Global Supply Chain, COE Carrier. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, please. Followed by Ajit Kumar, Director, Supply Chain, Quality, Sustainability, and Coffee, Tata Starbucks. Rahul Podar, Head of Procurement, South Asia Region, Nestle. Sandeep Chatterjee, Supply Chain and Sustainability Leader, IBM. Also, I would be requesting the humble presence of Shivendra Oja, Director, Strategic Sourcing and Procurement, Cargill. And of course, the chair for the session here with Alok Rai, Founder, Novelist Info Systems. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alok Rai. We have a really interesting topic, transforming supply chain, leveraging ESG practices and blockchain technology for a sustainable future. With me, I have the privilege to have Ajay Sikka, Director of Global Supply Chain, COE Carrier, Ajit Kumar, Director Supply Chain Quality, Sustainability and Coffee, Tata Starbucks, Rahul Poddar, Head of Procurement, South Asia Region, Nestle, Sandeep Chatterjee, Supply Chain and Sustainability Leader, IBM, and Shivendra Ojha, Director, Strategic Sourcing and Procurement, Cargill. We'll start the session with the introduction and opening remarks, starting with Shivendra.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Shivendra Ojha. I'm a Director, Strategic Sourcing and Procurement, Cargill. I lead plant material and services within the procurement. As a part of my role, I spend significant amount of time in terms of bringing the sustainability in the supply chain. The areas that I focus in is in terms of responsible sourcing. The second area is how do we reduce the GHG emissions in the supply chain, and how do we partner with the businesses and do the capture and the reporting of these reduction in the GHG and the other areas. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandeep Chatterjee. I lead the supply chain and sustainability service line for IBM. So more than 20 years of experience in supply chain, and now I also handle the sustainability service line. So if I look at it, the way we are talking about, I think this is the hottest thing in the world today. Everybody's talking about it. To be very honest, there is more talk. Action is a little slow on that side, and we'll talk about it in more detail. But if I look at it, how does technology come into picture? Because for anything, we need data. And the moment we say that it's manual data, there is subject to manipulation. So that's where technology can actually pave the way for an automated way where we can rethink our business process. So we'll discuss about it in detail. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rahul Poddar. I head procurement for South Asia region for Nestle India Limited. So pretty much similar profile like Shivendra in Cargill. So I'm responsible for strategic sourcing, and now sustainability is part of our specification. So this is a new added dimension to all sourcing professionals in the current realm of reality. And I would kind of concur with my friend that there's been a lot of talk, but the action has not measured up to it. That's what we hear a lot in the ongoing COP also in Dubai. And I really look forward to an engaging discussion to discuss how do we take this forward.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ajay Sikka, and I lead the supply chain COE. In fact, we are building a supply chain center of excellence. That's what COE means, for Carrier Global Supply Chain based out of India. So over 20 years in supply chain, mostly procurement, worked with the erstwhile Hero Honda, ArcelorMittal, McKinsey for 12 years, and now working with Carrier for last 3.5 years. In my role of building the supply chain COE, I also take care of the supply chain sustainability for Carrier globally. I think there's some things that is very close to me, and what I've learned is that the road to sustainability will go via supply chain. That's my strong belief, that if we have to make this a sustainable planet, all of the supply chain community will have to play a pivotal role in that. And the journey for that has just started few years back. So we are just, everybody, all the companies, all my colleagues, peers I meet, the journey had just started few years back. But there's a lot of action happening now, and there would be much faster action that will happen forward, and we'll talk about that.
Thanks, Ajay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ajit, and I work for Tata Starbucks. I head supply chain, quality, sustainability, coffee, and business excellence for the company. That's what I do. I've not been a supply chain professional through and throughout. I've started my journey as sales guy and marketing, and then in supply chain. To me, Ajay, I think anything, whether we talk about supply chain or any of the practices in terms of traceability or transparency, I think foundational work at the grassroots level is significantly important. Then you can build on what you have done at the grassroots level. And I think as an organization where we believe coffee is at the heart of everything what we do, and coming from a plantation background, I can tell you we have put decades of work in terms of this specific subject. And that's why the brand equity lies. And to your question, it's a most hottest topic in terms of what everyone is speaking. I think it is also a most relevant topic as far as the millennial consumers are concerned. So there is a lot of brand reputation, and I think a brand identity which gets built on this very subject. And to you, when you said that sustainability, supply chain is the route towards sustainability, I think supply chain is now playing more role in building a brand than just a service provider.
So Ajit, we'll start with the first question with you. Uh, what is the Starbucks sourcing philosophy, and how has been your experience in implementing ESG practices at Starbucks?
I think I started with saying that at the heart of everything, what we do is coffee, right? So for us, coffee sourcing, it's not just a matter of sourcing something, but it is essentially the most fundamental and the most strategic element in terms of it. And what do we source? I think it's not just coffee what we source. What we source is the top 3% of the world's Arabica production. That's what we source. We don't source any coffee. So so why is it important for us? We want to give our consumers the best, what they deserve. So when you walk into Starbucks and take a cup of coffee, please be assured that two things which we are doing. One is we are getting you the best of the best coffee from the uniquest place across the world, and only we can provide that, number one. Number two, ESG is a term which we have now coined, right? But 20 years back, Starbucks started this at the grassroots level, where we said that whatever coffee which we source is ethically certified. If you look at it, 99% of my coffee, which is put across the world, is ethically certified coffee. What does that mean? There are 4 pillars to ethical certification. One is what we do with the people in the coffee. Second is, and the most important, quality. Third, I think the previous panel was on sustainability, so planet. And the fourth is essentially in terms of transparency. Transparency both financially and economically. Very simple thing. We pay upfront 15% extra on the terminal rate of coffee to make sure that the coffee is grown ethically. And it is also something, again, the sourcing philosophy go down in terms of creating a pipeline of supply. It's very difficult at some point in time when you say that, I want the niches of the niches thing, but you don't create a fundamental pipeline for it. So what we do at Starbucks is that there is something called a farmer support center, which we have established across the globe, right? Wherever the coffee belt is. And there is a coffee belt, which is called the coffee growing region. The Farmer Support Center, it's an open source agronomy, which means that any farmer can work with our people and produce or know how to create a ethically sourced coffee, which means that what is the fertilizer which I'm using? How much water should it be using? What is the shade growing which I can do? How can I increase my financial income through cross cropping? So all these things we work with the farmers and we develop with them so that we are creating good coffee or a great coffee for the future generation. So for us, that's the philosophy.
Ajay, you talked about building a center of excellence around the topic. Can you elaborate more? What has been your learning, how you've gone about it in your own organization?
On sustainability or? Okay, so so within the Center of Excellence, what we are doing specifically with sustainability, I think maybe if I say before and after state, the supply chain sustainability was an afterthought in many, actually in many organizations. So like the focus, as the earlier panel spoke about, was more around the scope 1 and 2 emissions. And I come from a Carrier, which is an air conditioning company. Just to give the scale of the carbon footprint impact, we are sitting in this hotel, this building. 50% of the carbon footprint of this hotel comes from the products that Carrier manufactures. So air conditioning contributes to 50% of the, say, carbon footprint of this. So what we have started doing is, from a supply chain perspective, if I just look at the supply chain, we had at least started over the last 3 years measuring our suppliers. All our 80% of our big suppliers on their supply chain rating. So that is the, like, I would say the bare minimum we started with. Number two, we set ourselves target that, okay, I do not want to have, we have a preferred supplier program. I do not want to have any supplier who does not qualify on the sustainability ratings. If I think of where we started, maybe, and actually, if I think a step back, where we started 20 years back, we used to say quality is a given, price is the only negotiable. Today, quality and price are a given, and sustainability is what actually differentiates between one supplier to another. So what we started doing was last 3 years just building the basic, all the data in one place to say, to bench to say set the baseline for ourselves. And now what we are doing is actually doing supplier audits to help us, our suppliers, improve. That's the second step. And the third step that we have taken is that we want to actually measure the full carbon footprint for our supply chain and our end products. So we want to connect the supply chain to our end products and what's the carbon footprint being generated in the full value chain. So in a traditional organization, supply chain may not be leading that, but in our case, we have actually taken the lead to I'll say started on the journey only to measure the carbon footprint for our full supply chain. For our company, one another interesting part is that a lot of the carbon footprint gets generated once our products are used. So like AC manufacturing typically may have a carbon footprint, but 80% of the emissions happen once we use the ACs at our home. So we are actually in the end state working with our customers to be able to track how much of their consumption and helping our customers with IoT digital to help them optimize on that. So I think if I have to pick up one thing, it's essentially taking the full value chain lens and not restricting ourselves to supply chain only to be able to measure the full value chain emissions impact and then working at different stages to help us optimize on that. So that's what our Center of Excellence here in India is doing for the global supply chain.
That's interesting that even after sale, you're mapping the carbon footprint at the user end. Rahul, you are at Nestle. Uh, let's talk about a bit of technology. How to leverage and integrate blockchain technology in the ESG architecture of food supply chain. How are you doing it?
Thanks. Well, to be honest, we've still not started doing it in a big way, but yeah, we are on the roadmap to do that. So, I mean, just to draw upon the different things which my co-panelists have said, that to tackle this, work has to be done at the ground level. It is not something which big organizations can simply outsource to vendors, leave the local hullers or the local fabricators to tackle. The big brands who ultimately have the highest stake in it have to take the ownership. And that's what Nestle has embarked upon by declaring a Nestle Net Zero roadmap, where we, like in line with COP, we are saying that by 2050, we will become neutral on carbon emissions. Now, the first thing is, I'll just take a 30 seconds here to explain that Nestle being a food company, we're primarily dealing into agricultural commodities. Like he's doing coffee. Coffee is one of the things for us. We buy 12% of world coffee and roast it. So at a much larger scale. Of course, my friend from Kargil would have a much bigger scale than Nestle in terms of that. So when you are dealing with agriculture, the major carbon is getting emitted at tier 3 at the farm gate. Now, a question comes that farming, you are planting trees, then why is carbon emission happening there? Because a tree is supposed to be, or a plant is supposed to be fixing carbon, yeah? Take oxygen and take carbon dioxide and release oxygen. But in that activity, that is circular thing, which is happening every year. But the incremental emissions are coming from the fertilizers you're putting it, insecticide, pesticide. So maybe for some listeners, it may be new thing. For some of the experienced people, they know the biggest hotspots are the chemicals which you are using. The only way to reduce that is either to make the production processes of these chemicals more energy efficient, right? Which is something which the manufacturers of those will have to take. But what we can do is to influence the farmers to use these things in an appropriate dosage. Currently, unlike human health, where we kind of, at least in India, even that is not there, where we still go and ask a doctor before we take a medicine. When it comes to agriculture, a farmer does not have an access to any, agronomist or a plant doctor, and they just put things basis their experience and whatever traditional knowledge they have. So instead of using, they're abusing. You have to reduce this. And that's where you would have reduced the major carbon emission. Similarly, over irrigating your fields, wasting water. We spoke about water wastage in drinking, but the biggest water wastage happens in irrigation. So how to reduce it there, right? There's the energy to draw it out, and then you lead your farms into anaerobic respirations, which yields to methane. Why I'm getting into this detail is you have to influence every farmer to reduce this. And then you can claim only when you are able to measure what every farmer has done, link that measurement to what you have bought, and then link it to the finished product which you have put on the shelf. And this is something where technology has to be an enabler. So we all know what is to be done on the farm. It's no-brainer. But once it is done, like I think in the previous panel, somebody was talking about return on investment on ESG. That return on investment can only be calculated when you know how much expenditure you have earned and you have put in, and what is the return in terms of carbon reduction which you are getting. And for that, the complexity is making these calculations at each farmer level and making that data flow through to your factories. And that is where technology will play a key role. Now, to say, coming back to your question, do we already have such platforms? At least I'm not aware of. There's a lot of attempts being made. First, getting the how you will administer it and how will you measure it and how will you maintain the audit trails and intactness of the data is where I think blockchains will play a key role going forward. So I would rest my answer here and let's see how it goes.
Thank you. I think we've come to Sandeep, who's going to answer all the questions that you have asked. So Sandeep, with so many frameworks and methodologies, there's a lot of confusion. He's said the same thing. So how do we go about choosing the right one? You're into consulting space as part of IBM. So anybody who's wants to embark on this journey of using tech, ESG practices, sustainability, how does he choose the right one? Yeah.
I think that's where the confusion lies, because if I talk about it, there are 600 frameworks today available and people don't know where to start from. So first, I would like to say that first identify what is important for you. Let's not try to do everything. For example, if you are into a soft drink market, for you, water is very critical. For example, if you say use 3 liters of water to produce 1.5 liter of Coke. So in that case, you are depleting the water table. So this is critical. So if what we call it as materiality analysis, what is important, maybe I will pick up 2-3 things. And again, it's a coincidence that Rahul is here because I like the materiality map which Nestle has published, because they have actually given it a lot of thought. What is critical for sustainability? What is critical for business? What is critical for shareholders? That's how they have come with 3 or 4. That's what matters. Next is looking at the framework. Somebody will say use GRI, somebody will use say SASB. But let's understand this way. Let's make it very simple. It's all guided by the United Nations 17 SDGs. Maybe you will pick up 2. Now, which framework to report? If you are in India, you have to follow what SEBI has said, BRSR. 2022, they said 1,000 listed companies have to report in that format. So if you are doing business in India, you don't have a choice. Yes, if you are exporting to European Union, maybe you will have to pick up one more framework. So, but what I will say is, I think again, nothing for or against GRI, but most companies I have seen are using GRI. So maybe that's a framework you would use. Third thing, a lot of people think that it's just a checkbox, it's just a report. It is not. It's a way of doing business. And if you're thinking that you will just furnish a report and get going with that, it is not going to work. It's always a long-term view, but let's have more tangible 2-3 targets. And where technology plays a big role is, in order to measure that I will reduce my greenhouse gas emissions by 50%, where is the data? And the data has to be automated, because the moment you are giving an Excel feed, the moment you are asking people to enter, it is subject to manipulation. So today you have technology which is very, very cheap, which can actually, the sensors are very cheap. In fact, I'm talking about RFID. If you look at it, When I started my career, an RFID chip used to cost me 400 rupees. Today it is 2 rupees. So technology is cheaper. Today you have automated ways of collecting data because data is critical, because unless you know what data, you will know where to improve upon. I think these are the 3, 4 things I wanted to touch upon.
Shivendra, you're part of Cargill. I mean, one of the most complex supply chain across the world that you run. So, how does the strategic partnership with supplier help to bring innovative solutions during for sustainability?
Yeah. So you are right. Cargill is a large, complex organization into the agricultural commodities. We are into the food processing and mostly B2B, but we also have B2C in India. So when you think about how we can contribute or build the supplier partnership. So when we talk about the sustainability, I talk about the 3 areas. The first one is about the responsible sourcing. And this is about how do you make sure that lot of governments globally are coming up with the legislations related to corporate due diligence, focusing on the human impact, human rights, and also the environmental requirement. So how we can partner with the suppliers to make sure that we can manage those risks and conform to those regulations. So the partnership comes in terms of how do we make sure that our suppliers are ESG rated, are ESG audited, to make sure that we are achieving those goals for our businesses in close partnership with the businesses. The second area is the GHG reduction, and some of the people already mentioned about the scope 1, 2, and 3. Scope 3 is a very complex area. This is where you need to have a clear baseline in partnership with the supplier. When you think about the scope 1 and 2, lot of work people have done in terms of, say, going for a solar energy, renewable power agreements. But then there are also comes more complicated technologies. Say, for example, how can you replace your fossil fuels with, say, electric boilers? How can you bring the new technologies like heat pumps, which can reduce, say, your energy consumption by 30%, or say the new technologies which reduces your water? One of the examples that I want to share is Cargill moves lot of grain commodities from one continent to other, and we use lot of ships to move these grains. Cargill, in partnership with the partners like Mitsubishi and the other companies, building a technology and piloting in terms of bringing the wind propulsion system. So we want to do something significant breakthrough. This is not a capability as an organization alone that you can bring. And this is where we as a procurement in the Cargill look at the supply base from the alliance partnership point of view, from the strategic partners with whom we can work and build those solutions and bring the ROI at a right level, because it's not only about the sustainability, it's about how much dollar you need to invest to improve the per tons of the CO2. So we are building close partnership with our suppliers in terms of alliance partnership, the strategic partnership, with the senior sponsorship from both the Cargill senior leadership as well as from the supplier, and to work on those priority areas of the businesses where we see we can bring those reduction in the sustainability. For example, packaging space. How can we reduce the packaging requirement that we need? How can we reduce the logistics? How can we reduce the energy that we consume within our plant locations? So this is how I would answer your question.
Thank you. So, Sandeep, coming back to you, now there is a debate around AI, generative AI, and these technologies are resource hoggers. Are they any useful in supply chain sustainability? Should we be using it? How do you look at it?
See, if I look at it, just because the technology is available, we have to look at it relevance. For example, blockchain is a fantastic technology, but for some companies, it may be an overkill, because for the primary reason is it's expensive. Second thing, it actually consumes a lot of resources. So second thing, generative AI, everybody is talking about it. But if you look at it, the kind of resources it consumes, it is actually anti-sustainability. So it's important to look at certain aspects whenever, because I'm looking at the bigger picture, because I will use a technology which is sustainable, which is not using a lot of, for example, let's say a data center. A typical data center is idle for 70% of the time, but it continues consuming energy. So what many companies have done is the moment it is idle, it is shut down so that we don't consume any energy. So there are bits and pieces of IoT we are using, we have bits and pieces of cloud we are using, because data and automated data collection is important, which is where technology is going to play a big role. Again, blockchain, I leave it to you, because if it is traceability, for example, for Starbucks, traceability is a very, very big challenge. Their blockchain makes sense, but for a company which is maybe traceability is not that important, I think blockchain may be a overkill. So just because an technology is available, I don't think we need to use it.
Thank you. Rahul, coming to you, Nestle works in multiple countries, right? How do you see the role of government, push from the government for sustainability in supply chain? And what all policy directives you have found in different governments, with respect to that, and you want Indian government to kind of, apply those things here also?
Thanks. It's a very important question, and I'll kind of talk more about Indian context. See, when you talk about India, Government of India is the biggest purchaser of agricultural commodities. Government of India buys almost 30 million metric tons of wheat every year. It buys almost 60 million metric tons of paddy every year. And its agricultural procurement policies is influencing the way agriculture is done by the farmers in this country. Currently, it's all volume oriented. You produce more, I give you a minimum support price. If you produce 10 bags more, you get 10, that much incremental income. So the focus is not either on quality, which has always been a topic of discussion, that, okay, a lot of wheat, but does it have the protein or and all that? But not deviating from the topic, is it, if government takes a decision to drive sustainability through its procurement program, can itself become the biggest influencer. And when we look at the government's various arms, one arm of government is struggling with that, which is struggling with desertification of soils in Punjab and Haryana, trying to promote, crop rotation, trying to promote millet consumption, right? So while one arm of government is spending money to influence good practices, the other arm of government is pushing the system or giving the incentive to let it continue in the way it is. And this is where I feel government will have to match their action, have clear priorities, and a little push or direction from them can make a lot of impact. Without being very provocative, but we all have recently in NCR suffered through the smog period. And in one of the daily hearings of Supreme Court, which happens during only this part of the year, and then they never bother to hear these cases for the rest of the year, one of the observations given by the justice was that stop buying the wheat produced by clearing the field by burning the paddy. Why can't you stop buying that wheat, which is leading? Because post-harvest burning is the biggest carbon emitter on a farm, right? So that's where I feel that the policies in form of their purchase action, and of course then government owns the whole network of agricultural universities, the Krishi Vigyan Kendras, from where the knowledge transfer can happen. Thirdly, the entire fertilizer space is heavily either owned by government or influenced by government. A lot of good work has happened in terms of neem coating, nano fertilizer is coming up. I think a significant amount of investments are required by government in this space also, and focus and to work along with private sector upon this to be able to make the changes effected. Now, having said that, I am not personally aware of such kind of work being done by either US government or this and that, but because there are bigger corporates there who kind of play the role of government, like Cargill probably in US, they do it's in a much more effective way. But in India, government would be the major player.
Thank you. I think different departments and ministries need to align, to the common objective. Coming to Ajay, uh, how the convergence of latest technology is driving ESG improvement, and you've talked about certain innovations and all. So just focus. What is the way forward?
So I think if I look at again, maybe we'll take the simple example of the air conditioning industry. So where we stand today, scope one, whatever happens, scope one and two, whatever happens in the factory premises, that's more a given. Most companies get it and they are doing it. Now, second, maybe if I go across the value chain, scope three, which is where working through with the suppliers, having a baseline, and then working through on the initiatives to improve it. That's where I see a lot of the company like ours and a lot of my peers are. One specific example is like, again, I assume a lot of you, us come from the supply chain sourcing background. We used to call it like a cost tier down. Now we use a term called ESG tier down for our product. So if we are making a product like a AC machine, we want to have a ESG tier down on that to be able to map the full value chain of how that is produced and then have a carbon footprint to be associated at every stage. So ESG tier down and then working with these suppliers to how do we improve on that. Now, the underlying part of that is, of course, we need data, technologies, everything. So that's enabler. But a ESG tear down is what we are doing with these suppliers to baseline and improve. That is maybe scope three. If I extend it to the value chain, where when the products go to the customers, as I said, in our case, a lot of the emissions happen at the customer ends. That is where again technology is playing a big role. And say I'll take a simple example, like there are advanced cases where if a hotel is actually having energy consumption or a temperature higher than the required limit, we have our command centers which are getting that information on a real time basis, and they can like call the hotel and tell that, okay, you are possibly, this is how you can optimize on the energy. The hotel owners could actually have it real time on their apps. They can measure and they can look at ways to improve all that. So the technology is a big enabler in everything we do to drive sustainability, starting from the baselining, defining improvement initiatives, and then helping us in the execution as well. So across the value chain, I think we would actually need a lot of the technology. But as Sandeep said, we need the right use cases where to use the technology before just using any technology. I think technology is an enabler. Technology is not the driver for any improvement initiatives that we want to make.
Thank you. Ajit, what kind of tech is being used at Starbucks for, again, supply chain track and trace? Are you using blockchain or?
Yeah, we are. So to some extent, yes, especially with regard to traceability. So let me start with this, right? I mean, so if you carry a whole bean pack at Starbucks, and if you have our mobile app, you just scan a code of the on the pack, it will take you to a field where this is sourced from. And that's where I liked what Sandeep said. It's not about using technology for the heck of using technology and saying, okay, this is what the backend is. And I relate to someone who asked in terms of what is your ROI of sustainability. See, sustainability is good business. We need to understand that. It is about how are we using it. It is not about creating a baseline and saying that, oh, I'm sustainable. It is about how am I narrating that story of this brand to the consumer? How is it I'm taking to the consumer? For example, again, when you asked me this, it's not about technology. It's about the story or the content which is coming out of this traceability, right? So we have three types of coffee. One is a very estate-specific coffee. If you trace that, it will go to the farmer and it will play a video of that farmer actually speaking to the consumer. Imagine what does this do to the farmer's motivation. If you go to a blend, it will take you to different regions where we have sourced the coffee from. If you go to let's say a complex blend like Christmas blend, different regions of the world itself, it will go to each of that specific thing and tell you what it is. Now, as a consumer, I am not interested whether you have sourced 100% by paying whatever. I am interested in the story of that specific bean which I'm holding. I think that is what we need to do from a sustainability point of view. Then the business sense will come. Then the ROI will come. You will put a brand equity study and say, this is what is expected out of your brand, and we are doing it. Sustainability is an enabler. I think we need to understand that it is no more a thing to say. It is about consumer is expecting this. And down the line, you go few years down the line, consumer will clearly make a choice based on all this which we are talking. So it's not about technology. It's not about what you are essentially trying to do a baseline, what you're trying to, it's about being responsible.
So even consumers are shifting in their preferences, you're saying, in terms of what they
Definitely,
buy.
you look at any of the millennials or Gen Z in terms of what they are talking to you. They don't want the brand in the conventional way where an ad is played and you tell them to drink or eat what it is. Rahul will relate. They say does a lot of investment on these ads. It's about walking the talk. If you're not doing something, they are not with you. Uh, their loyalty towards you would be very minimalistic. It's about if you look at it, it's an activity marketing, right? So I think consumers have moved much beyond what a conventional traditional marketing says about my product is the best for you. Some celebrity is endorsing it. It is about what's in it for me. That's the first question they ask you. What's in for the planet? What's in for the greater community? I think that's what the digital world has done to all of us. And that's what the millennial thought process is. So if you want your future consumer, sustainability is a thing to do.
Right, thank you. Shivend, Cargill is one of the biggest and the most complex supply chain operator. What are the challenges you think in implementing these policies are? Well, if you elaborate on the challenges so that, for the benefit of the audience, we all come to know that when we are taking this step forward, what all should we be cautious about?
And when you say policies, you mean the government policies?
No, from the implementation point of view, yes, government policies also are a challenge, definitely.
Yeah.
But otherwise also like educating the farmers, every other stakeholder in the supply chain ecosystem, your procurements.
Yeah. So no, you are correct. It's as some of other members mentioned that it's a complex supply chain wherein you have a farmers, you have the suppliers, and how do you educate them and bring more than say a traditional procurement factors in terms of selecting the partners that you have, and what we are doing. So we are doing just take an example of a small thing. So when we are going for a partner and awarding a contract, we not only talk about say what's the savings, right? We talk about what's the sustainability improvement that we are bringing, and that brings a question and cascades to the supply chain to our suppliers that what are you doing? What are you bringing different? Because this is also our customers like Nestle are demanding from us. So this is a cascade effect, lot of education and a clear communication to the partner in the supply chain. And it's a complex. It's not something that you can do in a one day. It's a lot of effort and the priority where you define and drive these changes. Another thing on the government policy. So we spoke about the India, right? But globally, there are a lot of new legislations are coming, and these are very important in terms of business continuities. It can impact your brand if you don't meet that. It can bring a lot of financial penalties. And how, as a supply chain, you are aware of those upcoming legislations and prepare your supply chain, educate your supply chain that it's not anymore say optional or say good to do. This is something which is very real, and people and the people will survive in the supply chain who are contributing to achieve those goals. So yeah, it's a complex question, right? Because it touches a lot of things, but this is what we are doing and making it real within the Cargill.
Thank you. Thank you very much. House is open for questions. If you have any questions, audience, please go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And one quick question from the organization's perspective. I think I happened to be at one of the ESG conferences a couple of weeks back, and one of the key challenge which was highlighted in terms of ESG was currently the organizations are failing to report the way this has to be reported. And we at SAP always believe that reporting is always obviously as the first step of moving towards the ESG. Until unless you report and you know what you are incurring, you are not going to improve. So understanding from the industry leaders like you, what your organizations have been doing in terms of reporting for ESG. Your thoughts?
So I think very interesting question. And maybe I can't say for everyone, but every organization is having the same challenges. Like we started on the ESG journey 3 years back, and the every year almost the baseline changes. Like that's a reality. So I think I'm not joking. And there are actually more challenges other than reporting as well. Like reporting one, as we said, I think most of us said in the previous panel as well. Scope 1 and 2 is now a given. Scope 3, most organizations struggle right now. If I look at the supply chain world, and if I look at a macro picture, not only a specific organization, even in supply chain, change management is a big thing. Because if I look at 1 year back, every sourcing manager is saying, oh, their KPI is cost reduction savings, ESG is somebody else KPI. So it is changing, but it is slow to change. I'll say at a macro level, less than 10% of the organizations would still be using ESG as a driver when they are selecting a supplier. And I'm just making the statement, less than 1 out of 10 are making. Less than 20, less than 1 out of like say 5 companies would be using or asking suppliers for a sustainability score when they are doing an RFQ with the new suppliers. So I think the challenges are more. Internal change management is a big challenge. And if I look at our last couple of years, I think our transparency, as you said, just the internal transparency and actionable transparency has helped us a lot in our supply chain sustainability journey. Maybe 2 years back, we were struggling or chasing everyone, okay, you do this. But now we have a live dashboard icon on everybody's desktop or laptop where they can actually look at how their suppliers are performing. And nobody, it's a change management and it's a bit of carrot and stick. Nobody wants to be seen as in the red, not contributing. And but slowly, I think that is one of the levers we are using to pull the message down that there's no more a good to have very fast, and it's slowly coming as a very must-have thing for people to do. And the more we can bring that transparency reporting, I think that's going to change the game. And most organizations are early in that journey right now.
Maybe I will add a 30 seconds. See, the biggest problem today is what companies report and what consumers actually want to see. There's a mismatch. For example, see, percentage of women in the workforce. It's a nice thing to have. But as a potential employee, I may be more interested in how healthy the workplace is. I think that is where there's a gap. I think maybe it's a good idea to actually speak to your stakeholders and understand, because there's a huge mismatch which we see now.
Thank you. In interest of time, we'll close this session. It's my privilege to have such a lovely panel here. Very many thanks for coming, and a good round of applause to the panel, please. Thank you.
That was quite commendable indeed. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists, please? Thank you so much. Moving forward to our next panel now, and the topic is really interesting indeed. Building digital and agile supply chains with big data and analytics. And to do the honors, I would request the humble presence of our panelists henceforth to please join us here on stage, starting with Mr. Abhishek Punwar, Global Director, Supply Chain Lecture, Anheuser-Busch in Bev. And I would next be calling in Anirban Basu, Executive Director and Head Supply Chain, Dalmia Bharat Limited, to please join us in. Can we welcome the dignitaries with a round of applause, please? Come on, people, we need more energy. I know 2 panels down post lunch. We will try and pump you up soon with an icebreaker activity post this session. Moving forward, I would now be requesting Rajiv Mehta, Chief Logistics Officer, Ultratech Cement. Let's have a round of applause for sir here as well. Followed by Rahul Bharde, SVP and Head of Analytics and Insights, Jubilant Foodworks, Chiranjoy Chaudhary, Vice President, Digital Analytics, Mankind Pharma Limited. And last but not the least, our chair for the session here, Aryan Garg, partner, Lighthouse Data Analytics Practice, KPMG. So I would now request her to kindly take the session forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for joining us for the panel. So I'll kick off the discussion with Rajiv. Rajiv, how do we drive digital initiatives, including analytics in a supply chain environment? And how do we realize the objectives and drive change in an organization?
I think a very interesting question, and this question has remained same for last 20 years. That if I recall, I've gone through 4 transformational journeys in last almost 20 years, big transformation. The most important thing was that when we started it first time in 2005, it took me almost 6 months to close the first part of these journeys, that is defining the objective. Your objective can be of 3 types. One is, if my other competitors have done it, I should also do it. That can be one objective. The second thing, your digital journey can be a status symbol also, that everyone is going for it, we should also go for it. And the third thing is that you really mean something out of it, that these are the 3 key areas which we want to achieve through the digital journey. So I think the most important thing is to decide that why you are going for the journey. The second most important part is the role of senior management in all these journeys, that it is like walk the talk. When you start this journey, it is not that the role of senior management is only from the kickoff and then finally cake cutting ceremony at the completion of the initiative. It is not like that. You have to be part of every stage of implementation of this transformation journey. So I think the role of senior management also becomes a very critical factor of success for digital journeys. The third most important part is you need not to be too democratic. We all use a word called standard operating procedure in our day-to-day communication. What is the meaning of SOP? SOP means less democracy. You know, if you have to work in a standard manner, that standard operating procedure, you have to go this way or that way, it definitely means less democratic, and it should be. If you do not have right SOPs, you cannot succeed in a digital journey. That you may give enough time for discussion, but once it is finalized, SOPs are SOPs, they become non-negotiable thing in any of such journeys. You cannot change all these practices off and on. The other most important part which is there is usually what happens that we never take a quick assessment about the capability within the organization before we embark on these journeys. So that check is also needed, and change management should happen even before you embark on this journey. That you start educating people that what type of change you are going to bring in, how it is going to help them. See, all communications have to be very, very positive, and they should be in a way that it is going to make your life better, rather than communicating that now we will have a real-time control over everything and we can review your performance on real-time basis. I think that cannot be the objective. So the communication of the management, change management, they also become very, very critical factor when we go for this journey. And basically, it is a 3 to 5 year process. You cannot expect results overnight. So that is what from my learnings from the implementations, which I have gone through 3 to 4 implementations. 3, I was successful. 4th, I failed miserably, because we changed the definition of objective. What we decided and what we actually did, there was a difference. And that resulted in complete failure of that whole project. So that is what I would like to say on this.
Very good thoughts, Rajiv. So in fact, another one for you is on, how do you implement a logistics control tower, and how do you, let's say, focus on few KPIs rather than a lot of KPIs in a control tower? Rajni?
Yeah. So I think this is another very interesting question. In our organization, we have implemented logistic control tower for last 4 years. Again, the same thing, that walk the talk, what has happened. So we started it that we are implementing this. The goal is to look at the 4 most important things which are affecting our operations. We will ignore rest of the things for the time being, and that is exactly what we did. Second thing, we stopped all PowerPoint presentation within the group. See, today, the Ultratech cement businesses, we are spread across 60 plants in different parts of the country. There may be number of warehouses, number of regional offices, zonal offices. It is practically impossible to meet even your colleagues also. See, I may not even be able to remember of plants or number of people who are working, but the question is, with the logistic control tower, now at least there is a common understanding that we look at the 5 KPIs every day. We connect digitally. There is no PowerPoint presentation. I just look at the slide of the plant and I can talk for almost 1.5 hours to the concerning plant head, that in which direction we are going. And last but not the least, the message which was conveyed and which we really did was, it was to improve the work-life balance of people. That today I can definitely say that at least 90% people in the plant, they leave their office by 6 o'clock in the evening. The intent is that when everything is digital, everything is visible on your screen, then why you need to remain in office for working? Why, if at all any emergency is there, you can handle it from your home also. So it has definitely contributed a big way in improving the work-life balance of the people also. Besides, of course, operating results are definitely getting addressed on real-time basis. But I tell you, I will consider work-life balance improvement as a bigger achievement than all other things.
Sure, Rajiv. So next one is for you, Rahul. So how does data analytics help in supply chain of perishable goods, and how is Jubilant FoodWorks using the same?
Thanks, Aryan. Great question. I hope most of you are aware about the Domino's 30-minute delivery promise. Some of you might know that we launched 20-minute delivery promise in Bangalore. So I'll talk a little bit about what goes behind fulfilling that promise, because and I'll talk more from a supply chain standpoint. There is a lot happens on the operation side as well. So we're one of the few pizza companies who actually stretch our pizza fresh from a dough. So right from having a dough required for pizza to cheese to toppings, all of these are fresh elements and has a very limited shelf life. So it's very critical for us to make sure that the right amount of ingredients are available in the store. We are present in more than 400 cities in India, and we have about 8 factories and centers for distribution, really. So it's very important for us to know that right from our factories all the way up to our store, all our ingredients are moving under required temperature compliance. So that's where the big data analytics play a critical part. Right from at the heart of it really is the forecasting engine. My ability to predict how much cheese, how much dough, how much ingredients are needed everyday basis. Each store is the first and a foremost part for my supply chain to be optimized. Then it all feeds back into, if I need to manage that kind of supply, really, how do I move that supply from my 8 factories to 400 plus cities and 2000 stores all over India? How do I ensure that I have an exact visibility of where my trucks are, what is the temperature compliance of the products I'm actually managing? And then it goes further back, if I need to, 31st is a big day for us. Last year, there was a time when we were getting about 2,500 orders per minute across India. So for me to prepare for that, really, how do I manage my production schedule? How do I manage my trays? As simple as that, how do I move that from factory to throughout the country, really? So across each stage, we have done digitalization to make sure that we have the required planning, observing and controlling capabilities. So we're using advanced analytics to create a forecasting engine which accurately tells me what kind of raw material is needed at each store everyday basis, and that makes sure that when somebody is ordering a pizza, that pizza is available, the material is available, and we can deliver that in 20 minutes. There is no out of stock. We are also in a business where wastage can be a significant part of the cost, really. So the accurate forecasting also helps us ensure that we are not wasting any food as such. We also use IoT sensors to track our trucks, to track the compliance of the cold storage we have, to make sure that we know if ever that any batch has a temperature compliance, we're able to address that and scratch the batch and make sure that we're able to send the cheese as such. Uh, Imagine so many trucks moving from distribution center to all the way up to storage. It's a massive opportunity to use the right transport management, and that's where a lot of the analytics actually helps to make sure that our route planning, our inventory supplies are planned in a way that we are able to get the landed cost at a most optimal way while fulfilling the objectives around our service levels. And obviously, all of this is managed through a very good tracking on and dashboards to make sure we are able to understand, track, and take a quick action on all of our inventory processes.
Sure. The next one is for you, Anirban. So how does empowerment of enterprises with supply chain transparency, track and traceability across transportation routes help?
Uh, Thanks, Aryan, for sharing your thoughts, and other co-panelists as well. I think a use of technology and digital will bring a necessary transparency into a whole process, starting from demand sensing to the physical flow of goods. But I think use of technology is something what Rajiv ji also spoke about. I think selection of right technology is going to play a very important role. It's not about that one size fits all for all the solution that problem that you have. So in our business, quite a few steps that we have taken over the last few years. We looked at in terms of if there are some solution which is required for our in-plant management is something which relevant for us. We adopted those and we've been running those solutions for the last many years. Similarly, for in terms of visibility, track and trace, we have seen there are solutions, but is that solution is going to give you a benefit to your organizations? If you look at in our business in cement, 25% of the spend is on logistics cost, which is quite a significant cost for our business. So every leg in your business will play a very important role in terms of our decisions, right? So what we have done, looked at all the data points and started using some of the data points for our route to the market, right? When you look at route to the market, we have seen the routes which are supposed to be followed using the data, that something can be avoided, right? And therefore you can bring your costs down, right? That's something, one of the solutions we have done. Secondly, in terms of in our trade, there are a lot of nuances in terms of a lot of backloading, diversions, because the cement bag is around 350, 360 rupees, one bag. And therefore, you look at a lot of inefficiency into your whole process. So what we have done, we looked at complete tracking of entire shipment, and we come up with exception outlier for every route to the market. If there are any ways we can reach out to a customer better, and therefore you bring your cost down. That's number two. Number three, in terms of so far, cement industry have been looking into more into evacuations. What we have done in our business, slightly we changed the shift in the gear in terms of looking at the service parameters. So looking at, right, for example, Amazon, you look at some delivery, promise delivery by 12 o'clock, by tomorrow you'll get the delivery. So what we have started also in our business, if the orders is expected or by 12 o'clock, you will give a promise of 6 p.m. or maybe 8 p.m. the same day. Similarly, any orders received at 6 p.m. in the same day, you get it in the next day morning, 10 o'clock. We are reasonably around 75-80%. There's a long way to go. But in terms of looking at this data point, we also kind of come up with some predictable deliveries. So what we started, we are the pattern in terms of this particular trade to this particular channel. We have seen there is a 70% order comes on maybe on Monday or Wednesday on Thursday of the day, right? So we look at, if there are some kind of solution at the plant level. We may look at preloading of trucks, look at stock on wheels. Those things have also been done in our business. The fourth element in terms of, as I spoke about, the transparency, right, in terms of the leakage. So we have seen using those data points with the exception outliers, we have seen a lot of benefit in our business over the last, many years. In my view, I think it's not about only that we have to do a technology or we have to do a digitizations. We have to really look at which solution is going to give your end objective to meet, right? That's number one. And therefore, in my understanding and my view, I think the timely adoption of technology will really help create visibility, transparency, and efficiency into the whole process. It's not about that I would like to go for this technology, but it's important to this solution. Will that be benefit for you to really adopt or not? That's from my side. Yeah.
Thank you, Rajiv. So the next one is for you, Chiranjoy. So you especially coming from Mankind Pharma. So how does digital twin help in supply chain? And the second one essentially is how do you leverage data analytics for large SKU supply chains? Because
Yeah.
you essentially, especially on the sales side, you manage very, very large number of SKUs.
Sure. So I'll take the digital twin question first. So digital twin has several benefits. I'll talk about two or three today. So one is moving from reactive to proactive, right? So for example, during the monsoon season, one of our plants in the Northeast went down, and it used to cater to most of the demand in south and east of the country. What the digital twin enabled us to do that even before this event occurred, to play out the scenario of what happens if it goes down, and therefore what are the costs and therefore the fulfillment rates for my North India plant to fulfill it. So that sort of a simulation is enabled by a digital twin, so that we don't have to wait for the event to occur, but within the SOP, we define the resiliency planning as well. Second one is digital twin is also, and that's sort of the gold standard that we want to move towards, is not just have our internal supply chain, but tie together the true end-to-end, which is connected with our customers, which are chemists and the doctors, right, to our suppliers. Because a lot of times in an ideal world, all of us want to be just in time, right? But our suppliers may not have the capability. So how do we sort of model in to the digital twin things such as the capacity that my suppliers have, so that if I have a sudden demand sent somewhere, I can source the raw materials and produce it in my plants. So yeah, and to answer to your question about multiple SKUs, right? Large number of SKUs. Now, within the large number of SKUs, so one is when you have SKUs running into thousands, your raw materials, your intermediaries also run into sometimes tens of thousands. And then it's not just the product sort of fragmentation, it's also the distribution fragmentation. You have, lakhs of chemists, doctors who we are getting data from. So, however, I think most of us by now, the companies sitting here, have figured out the ERP problem of capturing primary and secondary sale. I guess that's something that we solved over the last 10, 15 years. What we still, and I speak from experience, a very tactical thing that we still don't get right as an organization is getting the master data in order, right? The product hierarchy is in order. So even if you have, 5,000 products in your portfolio, they typically have a product hierarchy, right? And therefore, where it becomes critical in supply chain planning is, as Rahul was saying, demand forecasting. It's not always possible to forecast demand at a SKU POS level, right? Point of sales level. So therefore, at what level you aggregate, forecast, and then disaggregate, or you actually forecast at a disaggregated level and then aggregate becomes really important, and there are hierarchies become important. The second part is obviously segmentation. We have been doing this for ages now, but particularly wherever we have large volume, we can definitely do forecasting. Wherever we don't have large volume, obviously the policies also have to be set accordingly, right? So if it is a slower moving item or a highly seasonal item or a highly disease-based item, endemic-based item, then we typically would keep a low inventory. However, we need to sense the demand early. So forecasting may not be possible because the flu outbreaks do not follow an exact calendar cadence, but we should get from our medical representatives, doctor network, indicators early, so that 15 days before it actually hits a certain level, we are informed and our factories start producing and our supply chain starts delivering. So moving from forecasting to sensing for those particular products become really important.
Yeah. So I'll come to you, Abhishek. The last one on, what's the role of smart mining of data metrics in synchronizing planning and execution for freight carriage?
Great question, this part of it. So data mining for us, so let me just introduce before we start. I come from Budweiser family. So the beers that you drink from Corona, Budweiser, Hoegaarden, to Hayward's, all those big beer brands you see across comes from some of our factories that we have, breweries that we have. And our co-panelists, Rajiv sir, Anirban, Chinwa, all talked about demand sensing, all talked about being able to manage large SKUs. But there is a second part of the whole planning process as to what actually happened, right? Did we really go as per the plans, or did it change during the situation of brewing or manufacturing, saying the certain raw material was not available or certain routes didn't go as planned? So what's the actuals that happened? And can we feed this back into the loop saying how much true the planning went? And believe me, when I say that the plan accuracy could be as a very high number, very high 90s, but the actuals on the day to or day of operations or day of planning or day of execution came down to half of what we originally planned for. And this won't be a surprise for all of us. We all know the realities of the ground. We all understand certain routes didn't get fulfilled, certain rates didn't get matched, and things like those. And more or less, let me say, very openly that we're missing the data. We do not have streamlined data which can say that today's market rate for spot for this route is this, or it is 30% higher than what we had originally planned for, right? And the very basic reason is that data is missing, the feedback loop is missing, and the planners or the schedulers or the transport leaders that we have are not being able to sense that part upfront. Is it part of the problem? Very much. Do we have solutions? Some places it is becoming a solution. So just to give you an idea, for demand sensing, there are a lot of streamlined market data coming in from authorized parties who can say what are the adverse events happening around us. Can we have, for example, Chennai floods that are coming in? The flood happened much later. The information about that cyclone was much earlier available, and there were sources which can predict that happened. And we have options to be able to say we don't route out to Chennai or to other Andhra Pradesh for certain of days much in advance. So these are the places where certain amount of data is available. What you started seeing is also the fact that we can build our own data depending on what you bought, how much you bought, what was planned versus actuals. If you build that process to be able to mine that data, you might have your own spot rates available, which can predict what is my spot rate going to be tomorrow. Is it 100% accurate? No. Is it good 60, 70%? Yes. And that helps us to allow to say, should I go with a contracted rate tomorrow or should I go with a spot rate tomorrow is very much possibility today. And you will be surprised to hear this, that sometimes the spot rate market in India is cheaper than the contracted market that you have that you've done with yourself. So is it a good idea to go with a spot rate tomorrow? Maybe yes, maybe not, because the availability of the truck is still under question, right? So this part of the process is where we say the data is still not there. But yes, we can build it. We can provide the indexes. We can build our own indexes for that matter, right? So that's one big part of it. Then broadening the whole topic, do we have sufficient amount of possibilities to get a data? Or is that data important enough to answer the problem that we raised in the first place, right? Is the impact that of data that we're missing 2%, 25%, or not even linked to this topic is still a question that we need to answer as we go forward. Originally, we assumed that weather would be a critical factor for in our industry. In some countries, yes, it makes a huge difference. But in a country like India, Diwali would be a much bigger factor than a heat wave coming in, right? So this is a part of the problem that we need to look and say, is the importance of data that critical, or should we really define the problem way forward? One of the very important topic Rajiv sir didn't approach, or he loves to say, talk a lot about, is training the people, right? It's very hard to make people understand what they're looking at, right? What they're able to interpret and say, this maths, this analytics, this graph means to say this and this. Do we have to train our people enough to be able to reinterpret that data and say, this is the answer of the problem? Or do we have time on our hands of our leadership to look at that graph, that dashboard, and respond in time? Or do we need another layer under them to be able to respond to that? So that part of being able to train and build our own teams to be able to interpret is very much needed. And this is part of the problem of data mining. You can do a lot of data mining, but who interprets that? How do we respond to that data mining process upfront? So, both part of data being available, data wanting to be used, and then the data can be used is the, part of the bigger problem that we have to look at.
Absolutely, Abhishek. And in fact, I want to just carry that thought forward with other panelists. A lot of times it is easier to essentially buy new tech. You can have essentially the best of the tech which is essentially available. But how do you solve the underlying data problem? Because in a lot of projects, you actually see that underlying data is a problem. You can probably live with 5-year-old tech, but not having data is a bigger problem. Any thoughts on?
I can take first. I think everyone should answer on this. And this is a problem, and I've joined Mankind fairly recently. So this is the problem, the first problem I'm trying to solve in my first 6 months. I think what is very important is data governance, and data governance is sort of an umbrella term. So I'll just break it down. So one is master data management, right? Then the transactional data management. So bringing all the data at one place, preferably the cloud, is my belief, but it can be different for different organizations. Because how it manifests ultimately is when you have two different dashboards, the two different functions are seeing, they're looking at different numbers, they meet in an SNOP meeting, they lose confidence in the numbers being shown. Even if they are not off by a lot, but it just kills the change management process. The second one is getting everything at one place. The second part is getting the right set of people who own the data. For dog's ears, it's the IT teams and the technology team who are trying to fix the data, which is never possible, right? That's sort of the second. So identifying the right owners and the stewards. That is trying to solve this data problem as close to the source as possible. So if it is your sales force that is capturing the data based on an interaction with the dealership or the distributor, it has to be in that app that the data validation processes are kept and some amount of SOP is trained for the sales force. It cannot be solved by his or her manager or a central data team. So I think those three are at least the foundational things that we need to solve. And this ultimately has to be driven through whether it is the chief operating officer or the CEO has to drive this in every function as a strategic, because if we want data to be a strategic source, we have to get the source right. Otherwise, any strategy coming out of it is going to be garbage. So it has to be led in a top-down manner.
So my interpretation of the data is, I think there are lots of data is available in the systems. And when we go in the office, starting of the morning at 6 o'clock till 10 o'clock, you'll say hundreds of mails are coming with a different form of same data points, right? I think the way we look at in our organization and the way I also interpret the data is something, the exception management. Okay, when I look at any of the solution, any of the dashboards, any of the preparation of data points, I only ask for it, who are the audience, what are the exception for those audience. I may use a chief supply chain officer or something. I look at one data points. Maybe it is not relevant for a plant logistics or maybe the regional logistics sets, right? So this is important, that how do you really interpret, and therefore you look at your exception outlier informations to the respective audience at 80-20 principles. So maybe our top 3 information for the day which is required, and that would be my key takeaways for the day, and I will take it forward to ensure that execution happens. Yeah.
So I think both Chiranjoy and Anirban spoke about how to manage data from different sources. And you can feel the pain that we all go through. So beyond that, I think I can just add a couple of things really. So one is part of the whole digitalization of supply chain is also about having a right instrumentation. Wherever possible, are you able to use technology to capture the data, and that can make a huge difference. And wherever that's not possible, the example Chiranjoy was, how do we really make sure that we have a data capture validation as close to the source as possible? For example, today I can track the temperature of my cheese moving from factory to the store and until it goes onto a pizza topping. But today I don't know, for example, a certain store faced traffic issue because of metro construction or something was banned really. So how do I really get those signals and how do I enrich that data? And obviously there are a lot of ways in which you can also think about what is the right external data that can come in and enhance that part of it really. So using technology to have a right instrumentation as well as the systems to actually capture data becomes essential part of enriching data over time period.
I think a lot has already been, almost everything is covered by my co-panelist. I'll just pick up few things on data architecture that we all are quite used to our own comfort zones. And that's how we design the data part, that same set of information, one person will design differently, other person will design in a different manner. And within an organization, there will be 10 sets of data which are going here and there. And when you start any discussion, then everybody will have a different interpretation of that data as per his or her own needs. So the first thing which is needed in any data architecture is all your existing practices should be abolished. You should have only one format, one set of information right from CEO to the lowest level in the hierarchy. There cannot be two sets of information available to anybody. Second point is that it's not the quantity of data, it is the quality. And what Anirban mentioned was managing by exception. I'll give you a simple example that today we are having near about 12 to 15,000 trucks fitted with GPS. I am least interested in knowing that whether my trucks are moving on National Highway 18 or National Highway 50 or 60, it is none of my business. I'm only interested in knowing how much percentage of vehicles have breached my geofenced routes, how many trucks have violated my speed restrictions, how many vehicles have gone for harsh braking. These are the things I'm really interested in looking at it. So managing by exception is going to be the key in any data management process. So these are the two critical things which we have learned in our experience of the whole architecture.
We're just now opening for audience to take any questions.
Good evening. My query is related to the digital acceptance of all these things which we discussed by the lower level staff. If I'm talking about the, which also include drivers and field staff, and also would love to add the logistics cost, which is around 13 to 14% of GDP in India, and globally it's around 8%. So how you see to it, and how you see the competitiveness of the same in India?
Let me take the first part of it, the adoption of digital initiatives at the either the floor level or the driver level and these places. Let me ask you one point of this. The pain of not having a digitalness is also being felt by them. If there is a way for them to be able to reroute their path, they will be the first one who will be able to enable the task. The aggregation of those tasks will come to us as a report, but the pain that has to be carried by in the terms of getting it delayed, or the pain of not being able to send some certain number of trucks out from the factory will always be felt by the floor level. So it is in their in their hands to either adopt it successfully and develop their own routines around that, or continue carrying the burden that part of it. That's a good part of being having a digitalization over there. But there's this other side of it, which means we might be digitalizing chaos, right? And the pain of that chaos is still being felt by them. They're not reducing the work that they're doing. We are increasing the work by putting in a digital process, which might increase the work or the burden, or may impact a financial loss in terms of loss of targets or things like those. So digitalizing does means that you have an acceptance from them with the way they do doing it. It's not may not be right that what they're doing is right, but the first step towards adoption is working with them, agreeing with them on to what process to follow, and then having an acceptance from their side as well. That's why the change management part that we all have been talking about is highest on the list when we have those implementation programs happening in. And It's all right to say we are digitalizing chaos, but that's the first step of the bigger ladder that we go through. And you have to go with certain number of iterations, with change management, with waxing, with adding certain amount of financial benefits for them to carry on and reduce the amount of burden that they carry. The lesser the burden they carry, the better the work, better the efficiency will be for them. So in summary, we have to live with them. We have to work with them. They are the ones who are carrying our burdens, our part of the cost, and hence it would be best for us to work with them to reduce that part of it. So that's on the digital adoption part of it. On the cost side,
Yeah, to rephrase the question, the correct cost estimates are that globally it is around 8 to 9, which you said correctly. India is at 18% right now. And three things are going to drive Indian logistic cost optimization for next 10 years. One will be a sincere implementation of national logistic policy. When ULIP is made fully operational, when dedicated freight corridors work efficiently, and when the digital adoption under ULIP becomes effective, these three things put together, we should drop our logistic cost by 1% every year. So again, it's going to be a minimum 10-year journey, provided we start from now that we reach to global levels. So it's going to be a long journey as of now.
Like to add to what Rajiv ji said about, I think in India, as compared to the developing countries, the multimodal transportations, if you look at the waterways not being utilized as compared to the other developing countries, India is far away in terms of this. Of course, there are quite a few initiatives been taken by the government, but still, I think as an organization, as a corporates, we'll have to start exploring those multimodal transportation being used as a waterways, one of the opportunities, provided the both upstream and downstream infrastructure are in place. I think with all those initiatives being in place, I think we must look at our logistics cost to be around 8 to 10% over the next few years. Yeah.
Take one last question. There was somebody at the back.
I have two questions with one Mr. Rajiv and Mr. Basu. 30 years ago, I do remember the ACC, they were delivering the cement in iron drums for the projects or for the others. Now, to one side, we are talking about the energy core, this thing, lot of sustainability and the PU bags we are supplying now. Can't we change it? Number one. Second question is, can't we do any innovative solution for the curing of this thing to avoid waste of water? That is my second question.
Yeah, I'll tell you, both the things are equally important, and I'll answer the first part of it. That is movement in the bulk. I'll give you example of Mumbai. In 2001, the bulk cement market in Mumbai was 2%. That 98% cement was supplied in bags. As we talk today, the bulk cement market of Mumbai is 50% bulk and 50% bagged. And the trends are by 2030, 80% cement in mature markets. Mumbai, I'm giving as an example, it can be Delhi, it can be Hyderabad, any other city. 80%, 70 to 80% cement will be going in bulk. So that is a trend which is getting changed. So the bag supplies of cement will be confined only for the retail markets or for the rural markets. The second part is water, that consistently now the R&D things are getting increased. R&D spends of the companies are increasing, and two things are being taken care of. One is preserving limestone for the future. So that's why the blended cement is going up everywhere. Use of fly ash, use of slag, everything, and the PCC cement, which is a combination of slag, fly ash, and clinker. The clinker consumption is only to the extent of 45%. So that's why on one hand, limestone is getting preserved, and B, water is also becoming an important, that how can we use minimum water in curing the cement. That is also becoming an integral part of the R&D process. So both the questions were quite relevant, and the industry is absolutely working on that. Yeah, no, it has started, sir.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to thank our esteemed panelists for taking time out from their busy schedule. Thank you for.
Thanks.
That was quite an impressive session, Lee. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists here? Come on, people, make some noise. So we would now be breaking for the networking high tea. And as it said, chai pe charcha, please go forward and utilize this time to network as much as you can. And please join us back in next 10 minutes. 5:10 p.m. We start our next session shortly. So please be here on time. That would be highly appreciated. Thank you so much. A hearty welcome once again to all our dignitaries. Thank you so much for coming in. I hope you all are energized and pumped up post our networking tea break. As we move forward to our next panel discussion, which is on a very interesting topic indeed, let me enlighten you a bit about it. Combating cyber risk vulnerability in era of interconnectivity. And to do the honors, I would now be requesting the humble presence of a panelist here on stage, starting with Debashis Das, Chief Information Security Officer, One Tata Operating Network. Let's welcome sir with a huge round of applause, please. Followed by Dr. Yusuf Hashmi, Group CISO, Jubilant Ingravia. Welcome, sir. Thank you for coming in. Followed by Neha Taneja, Chief Information Security Officer, Hero Motocorp. And of course, the chair for this session, Nitin Shah, Partner in Head, Cyber Security, Strategy, Risk and Governance, KPMG. We have one more panelist coming in. He's just running a bit late. Another 10 minutes, we would be welcoming him here as well on stage. So stay put with us for the same. And I would now request the chair of the session to kindly take the lead on this. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Am I audible? You said no. Okay, someone said no. Okay, great. Okay, welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us for a very interesting session with my esteemed panelists, discussing an interesting topic on combating the cyber security risk and vulnerability in the interconnected world. So, okay, maybe let me start with and share some perspective around. So we are India is in a journey of driving creation of some innovative digital enterprises and obviously driving digital transformation across the industries. We are the the fastest growing economies, and we are aspiring to be the third largest over the next few years by 2030. We are the largest or one of the largest consumer markets in the world. So this is certainly opening up plethora of opportunities for all of us and providing opportunities to innovate and driving newer services, putting up mechanisms for better customer experience. Having said that, it is also imposing us or exposing us to some of the challenges and complexities of the world. Further, there are few trends that we are observing. One, and this is specifically post-COVID that we have seen, that there is increase in acceptance to some of the adoption of some of the emerging technologies. So that's one good thing that we are seeing. Second is the world is getting more and more interconnected, and the supply chains are becoming more global. And third, there is an increase in size and complexity of the partner ecosystem that the organizations are operating with globally. So while this is providing opportunities, as I said, to innovate some of our services, bringing in global perspective, global experience to our customers, but it is also exposing us to some of the complexities and challenges of monitoring and managing the services and products across the supply chain, right? And this is basically is very critical to ensure a smooth operations. So there is a need to put up what we are calling as digital supply chain. Now, what is a digital supply chain? Digital supply chain is not a software product. It's more kind of a concept and a strategy, which has been fueled by some of the emerging technologies. And these technologies includes artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchains, enabled with some of the capabilities around data and analytics. Right? There's huge amount of data that all of the organizations have, and these technologies are enabling us to drive efficiencies by putting up automations across the supply chain, right? Automating some of the critical aspects of supply chain in terms of the demand forecasting, inventory management, and logistics planning, and so on and so forth, right? So while digital supply chain is coming up as a boon in terms of helping up enhance the overall efficiency of the business and driving growth, this is also becoming kind of a single point of failure. And this is exposed to some of the emerging cybersecurity risks and vulnerabilities. And it requires mechanisms to adequately secure and protect the digital supply chain. So during the discussion today with our panelists, we'll try to discuss some of the key aspects of what are the risks and vulnerabilities that the entire digital supply chain is getting exposed to. How should we be distributing roles and responsibilities across the partner ecosystem when we are operating in a global landscape? Some of the contractual considerations that we should keep in mind when we are entering into the global partner ecosystem. And another important aspect we will touch upon, well, I think we are all pretty well aware of looking at the supply chain across various types of services and products. But software supply chain is becoming an increasingly complex concept these days. So we would also like to touch base upon what are the mechanisms to secure the software the supply chain. So with that, maybe let me turn over to you, Yusuf, and maybe start taking your views in terms of how supply chain is getting digitally transformed, and what are the key drivers that you see which business are basically looking at and getting benefited from transforming the supply chain more on the digital platforms.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. See, the way the business is growing now through the advancement of digital transformation, which means that you have to build those capabilities, right? And of course, largely you have to rely on your third-party suppliers to build those capabilities, right? And of course, when you are somebody is building capabilities and you adopt into your organization, right? So you would be coming along a lot of risk, a lot of transfer of data in they have to understand. And since we are talking about digital, so there are a lot of transaction which happens between the parent company and the suppliers, right? Whether you are actually processing a data or in a typical contact center, right? They have almost like all information of my business processes, right? So literally they are aware what we have, they have ready in their with their information. So I think visibility factor is so important to understand who all your suppliers are, right? So the IT, security, and the supply chain team has to work very closely. Usually that visibility is not being showcased because you have so many suppliers within an organization. You don't know who has access, who will be accessing what IT systems, right? So that visibility is so very important to know who all your suppliers are, right? Once you know them, and very closely, you have to work with the supply chain. Supply chain plays a major role because they have to tell us. We don't have that inventory. We don't have that database, who are our suppliers, what information, what services they are providing, what products they are providing. Using those products, what data would be transferred or used in this transaction. So that visibility is so very important to know that who are suppliers. And of course, you have solutions available to ensure that you are monitoring your suppliers. So both ways you have advantages in the current state of affairs. You know your suppliers and you know what are the systems that are needed to monitor because we are talking about data, right? So which is most essential aspect of any business, right? So the visibility is so very important to build and then keep on monitoring between the suppliers, whether he's a software supplier or any other hardware supplier or any kind of services, a partner, a consultant, advisor. So much of data will get transacted, right? So we need to ensure that visibility factor is being actually maintained. Very important.
So on that note, I think consultants anyhow get sufficient visibility. So I think you're safe on that part. But I think that while you touch base on the points of because we are working in again a partner ecosystem, there's a lot of information which is getting shared all across, and we'll come to the point of how do you minimize that information, because currently the trend that we are seeing that you're sharing the information beyond the purpose which might be needed by the third party. And you raise a very valid point that visibility of the third party in the supplier itself is a challenge, right? So I'll not name, but I was working with one of the organizations, and the entire activity is to do the supplier discovery, to realize that there are more than 4,000 plus service providers to the organization. So that's an important part. But coming back to the entire concept of digital supply chain, and yeah, maybe let's turn back to you, because when you're talking about the challenges of digital supply chain, one of the the observation that we have is that you're operationally getting more digitized and relying upon the digital supply chain. And that's where the resilience of it is becoming really important, right? So what are the challenges, Neha, if I may ask you, in terms of managing some of those challenges of digital supply chain and ensuring the right amount of resilience is built? And how do we do that?
So, adding on to the point which Yusuf made about visibility, so second step from there, even if we have visibility of supplier ecosystem, we do not have direct visibility of the information and cybersecurity posture which these suppliers would have at their end. So again, that lack of visibility compounded with the data protection part of it. The onus lies on the entity which is which is consuming customer data, which is providing services to protect data at the from each of the partners in the supplier ecosystem. So one of the major challenges other than visibility is also enforcing a similar security posture throughout your entire ecosystem. When you don't even have this visibility, how do you go about enforcing that similar security posture? The other thing is, if you look at it, the security posture enforcement from your end, each supplier may not be equipped to entail that amount of investment which is required to get to that particular posture. And the another challenge which comes to my mind as one of the major challenges, in fact, we would have heard of colonial pipeline attack, a cyber attack on the supply chain, and it can compromise everything to the extent that there are multiple ramifications, be it in terms of reputation loss, be it in terms of availability. There are multiple angles to it. So now the supply chain related cyber attacks are growing tremendously in numbers. And if you look at it, software supply chain is one such category. So considering that, time this all, when you have your suppliers, the way you're connected to them, the kind of information you are sharing with them, and the investment they are ready to entail with you to make you compliant overall, I think are the key points which need attention if this has to work together as a protected ecosystem.
Sure. Thank you, Neha. So while we move to our next question, we have our fourth panelist, Mr. Baidyanath Kumar. He's the CISO for JK Cement. May I please request him to join us? Okay, so just drawing a clue from what you mentioned, Neha, the one is obviously the visibility point, and second is, and we'll touch base separately, that it is also important to define what are the type of services that you're providing, right? Because the security considerations and challenges would vary based on that. But if I look at some of the challenges that you mentioned, Yusuf and Neha, in terms of the visibility of it and how do you ensure that the right amount of data being shared and is used for the right purpose. So if I can just ask you, Debashish, that when you are digitizing the entire supply chain and you're transforming it, what are some of the key security considerations that you should keep into perspective? And particularly when you are talking about the entire diversified partner ecosystem.
That's a great point, and thank you for asking that, Nitin. As we live in a more interconnected ecosystem, and as some of my co-panelists have already tried to bring the point home, that it's no more a siloed ecosystem. Business works with multiple third parties, and across the IT, and if I extend it further into the operational technology ecosystem, the relevance of supply chain management and bringing in secure supply chain management as a perspective is absolutely important. To that point, there are multiple critical considerations, and I take a 9-prong rule of thumb. And if I can summarize it in a one word, it could be pastings. So P would stand for physical security, A for application security, S, wherein I could be able to secure the endpoints. T is I have to keep an eye on the evolving threat landscape and the threat intelligence. I, no matter what I do, I would living in a fool's word if I were to believe that I would not be attacked, right? So if in case an incident happens, so do I have an incident management system which is robust enough? Now, with all that in mind, N would stand for network security. So I need to keep an eye on the network piece of it. And then G is, do I have a strong governance mechanism to integrate all these aspects? And finally, S would be a very strong and robust security operating center. So if I take PASTI in GS, it gives me a framework to address some of these key considerations wherein I can actually, irrespective of the scale of the enterprise that I work with, probably have rightly positioned to address the security ecosystem in this interconnected enterprise that we're talking about. So that gives me a benchmark or a platform to start assessing, measuring, and monitoring my entire third-party life cycle per se, and then gives me the confidence and an assurance to the board that yes, we would be able to secure the enterprise as a whole, as well as the entire supply chain ecosystem that comes with it, right?
It's very interesting and a bit embarrassing also. I thought I'm in the profession where I can only do these acronyms and abbreviations, but the farthest I've gone is 4 letters. I think this is like 7, 8 letters. And I can't accept it. I have to contribute to it. So I can elaborate a bit on the governance part. And I think this is what Neha, you also mentioned. Typically, what we have seen when we are looking at governance specifically on the supply chain contracts, we we are only looking at managing the security aspects of the services that the supplier is providing, services or the product or whatever that the supplier is providing. We generally miss the point that how secure the supplier is as an organization, right? And that also becomes really critical because, as I said, resilient is a key. So while the services being provided are secured, but not enough from a secured environment, that obviously is a challenge. So that should be something more to be looked at when we're looking at the overall governance. But while we are looking at it, and I think this is what I want to move to you, but then other thing, there's a large complex partner ecosystem. So when you talk about the partner ecosystem, it's pretty complex. And there's an increasing requirement from the compliance and regulatory as well, particularly the point which Neha touched upon on the flow of data, right? And also when you're looking at the services, particularly I can talk for the telecom space, there is a transfer of compliances to the service provider as well, right? So what are some of the leading practices that you would like to share with us in terms of managing security while putting up the contract with other parties or service providers?
So, yeah, very pertinent question. If you see in modern threat landscape, the diversified ecosystem where we are having a big supply chain mechanism, particularly if you talk about the manufacturing sector also, right? So even the way we are adopting a digital transformation journey, uh, a lot of new innovative ideas in terms of adopting to low code, no code platforms or whatever in the manufacturing processes, right? So it is very important to understand that how your secure uh, partner ecosystem should be. So it starts with the due diligence process itself. So when we talk about that, so let's have a complete understanding what are their requirements when we talk about the cybersecurity aspects. Even the way regulatory landscape is changing, right? Even in India also, we have to understand that how much compliance standards and all those things they are also following. For example, if we talk about uh, uh, supplier processing data, right? For example, PII data in cloud. So for that, for them, when we talk about it is mandatory to have ISO 27018 certification. It's not about only what 27001, right? So those all things what you are going to evaluate, right? You need to understand that also what are their requirement in terms of cybersecurity aspects. The second foremost important is to understand the complete risk management ecosystem of the partner. So when you are going to understand that,
So then only you can have a complete control on the supply chain requirements. So when we talk about are we having some sort of predictive analysis in stock management or demand forecasting? So those things are very important to understand. So risk management is one of the key component when we talk about the third party risk management. So it has to be started with even classifying your suppliers as critical and non-critical suppliers. Because if you are not able to classify them, you will be ending up to not have a good governance where the audit related requirements, it has to be stringent when we talk about the critical suppliers. For example, if you are opting for a co-location services in terms of hosting your data centric components and all those things. So there lies your, if you talk about the criticality, it is more severe. So are you going to define a different set of audit mechanism? Might be a lot of services we are adopting, like in terms of marketing or in terms of services like AC fans and all those things for organizations. So though for them, audit part is not required. But when we talk about classifying the vendors or suppliers and then doing the thorough audit to understand that are they meeting all those requirements. So while developing the contract itself, those all audit related requirements should be mentioned clearly. And it has to be there a legal counsel view also. So for example, if there are some sort of GTB, what we call general terms and conditions, right? So when we are reviewing that also, is that legally vetted properly for all the suppliers and ecosystem? So this is the important point. The next important point is to have a clear communication, right? Communication in terms of flexibility requirements and all those things, because the way regulations and regulatory requirements are changing, we need to understand that are there anything which comes up and they are able to adapt to that. Okay, so these are very important when we are talking about the partner ecosystem. And finally, while developing the contract itself, you have to understand what are the roles and responsibilities in the shared model. For example, in cloud service adoption, if you see, when we are going to have some sort of IaaS, PaaS, or SaaS adoption also, right? So then also, if you see, always in sort of SaaS model, when we talk about, most of the responsibilities for security also lies with your third party. For example, we have Salesforce adoption or Oracle Transport Management for logistics, supply chain, and all those things. So you need to understand that what is your roles and responsibilities and what is the roles and responsibilities which lies at the supplier side. So those all classifications has to be clearly defined, and that had to be regulated. That has to be regulated. These are the important.
Great, great. I think very, very interesting point. So if I just get this right and just summarize the two important aspects that you mentioned. One is classifying basis the criticality, and second is obviously basis the type of service. Because other important aspect we need to keep into consideration, anything that we are putting up into the contract, obviously I think there are a lot of procurement folks also, I believe, they are in the room. So there's a direct linkage to the cost, right? Because there's nothing, no compliance comes for free. So I remember Yusuf, you were mentioning some parts on the tiering of service providers, because it's also important to assess not only the criticality, but the type of service. It might be a service or a product in terms of the software and all those things. So how do you perform that tiering and accordingly define those contractual obligations?
Yeah, I think just to what extent what Bednath was saying, the classification aspect is important, because if for suppliers, then it's going to be very difficult to control them. And you're not controlling the supplier, you're controlling the access of the data between the suppliers. So, and what strategy? Because you have to create a strategy in order to take your entire supply chain ecosystem in a controlled fashion, right? So you need to know what are your suppliers and what kind of information that has been shared between the supplier and what access that they have. So, for example, data center, right? Data center is the biggest example of being a tier one supplier, because what they are holding my data, right? 24/7. If anything goes wrong with the data center, there's an earthquake, how are we going to recover? Do we have the necessary resilience been built in this entire supply chain, right? So that's how tiring of the supply chain is so important. You tire your supply based on the sensitivity of and the access of the data that they have, right? If I'm a support partner, I'm providing IT support to my organization from their location, from a different location than my premise, which means that there's lack of visibility of who is coming to the ODCs, where they're supporting us, what kind of access, do they have all the relevant controls built in place, what we expect, because they are accessing our data, right? So that's how you create multiple layers and categories of suppliers. Based on that, you define what level of control that you want to build in monitoring. So if I am running a data center, I would definitely ideally like to actually audit the data center at least a quarter, right? To make sure that all the security, physical security, resilience, all the controls are in place or not, right? And a supplier which has access to my data supporting us, I can do it in once in a year or not, right? So the suppliers who have access to the data, but they are not, that is not sensitive, but still we wanted to know that what kind of controls there, and I will do a survey. I will do a security assessment. I'll supply them as a questionnaire. They will respond back with the evidences and the support to claim that there certain controls are in place. I will do it. So that's how you tire and then do the assessment and run your governance control into those suppliers. Very important is that first you know what suppliers are, because that's the biggest challenge that we face. Any of the organization is to know that, because you have local suppliers, you have a company which is spread across geo location. You need to know what kind of regulations are there in that geolocation, right? And you are accountable. Ultimately, you are accountable as a parent organization, not your suppliers, which means that the liability, right, indemnity clause has to be there. If anything goes wrong, at least as a compensating control, you are able to protect your interest, right? So the contract plays a major role, right? All of these terms and conditions have to be part of the contract. A standard contract for various tiers of the suppliers need to be created. The organization in order to actually address specific. So one general term doesn't work. It's very specific terms, specific type of suppliers, specific tiers of suppliers. You need to do the assessment and then ensure that overall governance are in place.
Yeah, this is really helpful, Yusuf. And I think you made a very important point saying that eventually it is our accountability. So typically, what I've seen that when we put all these considerations into a contract, we assume that this is the supplier's accountability, and obviously, if they're not complying, there will be SLAs and there will be reward and penalties and various mechanisms, which are like more commercial mechanisms. But I don't think I have seen any contract in my life where I think the penalties are put up to a tune to basically manage the complete potential loss that the organization may have with any such kind of cyber breaches. So that's important. And I think, Vajan, as you raised a point in terms of the assessment part, and I just want to add to that.
Yeah, just one point to that. What was rightly even explained by Yusuf to what I pointed. Termination of clause is also very important, right? Completely the contract itself, when we are talking about, so either it is exit related things or the termination of clause in terms of any thing with where the non-compliance is there. For example, if for a data center audit, a TR 942 certification is required, right? That has to be mandatorily there. So related to a structural building certificate and all those, whatever soil test, seismic zone related certification requirements, there are a lot of standards they need to follow. If something is not being followed, after audits, right? Because you need to define the audit frequency also. Rightly pointed that, for example, if it is a critical supplier like data center, it has to be quarterly or half yearly. You should not be betting for that ISO 27001 audit has to happen in the next year, then I will be doing some sort of audit before that, right? As an internal audit, you have to do your assessment based on your checklist, and you have to complete understanding of the what are the data center, are they following the ASRE guidelines completely, right? Which is important for a tier 3 or tier 4 data centers. So if those things are there as per the checks and balances, so you are on top of that, you are monitoring the even compliance from their perspective on time and getting the things regulated.
No, I completely agree. And the point that you raised that I think some of these requirements, compliance requirements, I will touch base on that. And this is again one of the suggestions that we may keep into consideration. See, typically when we put these compliant obligations on the contracts, then you should be also mention on the tiering part. It needs to be aligned with the tiering of the service provider and the kind of service that you're providing. Because what is happening typically, we just put up all these compliance requirements, assuming that we are transferring the accountability which never gets transferred, right? You will always remain accountable. This unnecessary increasing and putting up maybe more kind of a pressure on the commercial that you are getting into. So that is really important. And second aspect, when you're talking about the assessments, I think typically we always ask that, okay, the organization needs to be ISO 27001 certified, or it should have the ISAE attestation and all those things. It is also important to know that where all we need it. Do you really need it? I think some of the low critical, I think many of the times I've seen, we find every service is critical, but that's not the case, right? So for the services which are less critical, it's also okay to put up a self-assessment as one of the consideration, but it's important that we leverage on that particular aspect of the contract. So that's important, and thanks for sharing your views around that. I'll just touch base on the other part, and for that I'll come to you there, Vishesh. See, while we are talking about all these contracts, we'll be looking at the services, we are looking at the software procurement part, right? We are largely looking at the IT products, which are still reasonably standardized. The partner and the ISVs are reasonably flexible around that. But when it comes to OT part of it, this is one area which is still evolving. So what are some of the considerations when you're looking at securing the procurement OT systems, and we're talking about the OT security?
Yeah, I think taking a leaf from what exactly both of my co-panelists, Yusuf and Vaidyanath, mentioned and rightly summarized by you, it's no more. See, the myth in the business world is that once you sign a contract and you have maybe done it the ideal way, but there is a transaction cost involved anyways, so you cut short something here and there. But the myth is that you tend to believe that the supplier is responsible, accountable for something going wrong. With growing regulation and almost across the industries that you see more of in manufacturing, and it has triggered by something which was started as a software bill of material act, which the US enacted in Biden's era. And then usually what US does is followed by Europe and then comes to APAC and India as well. And that takes care of the software part of it. What essentially you want to say is that not just believe on the COTS products. When an incident happens, you should not be struggling to find out where is the root problem, right? So like in a manufacturing world, people would realize that, you would have a bill of material for everything, right? And software essentially used to come as a package and you would not know. And many of these attacks that have happened across the manufacturing world on OT systems probably started, and the source of that could be a small piece of code which was there and was vulnerable and hijacked, and then lateral movement happened and cross network segmentation was not there. They got into OT systems and systems were impacted. So the problem is that in the OT system is even more complex because you have lives involved, you have health and safety considerations. So that's a little complex. The way you attack OT security is quite different from the way you would handle IT security. I believe most of my panelists would agree to that. So while we, as you rightly said, IT security is something which is quite stable in terms of we all know what to do. Of course, there are challenges. The critical challenge for OT security is where do I start with? Because I don't have visibility mostly. Second, I am heavily dependent on an OEM player. So I have the big OEMs of the world, all of you would know, no need to name them, but they would have their proper proprietary protocols running in most of the cases, and then there is a complexity in terms of how would I monitor them. So even if I have visibility to the asset landscape, entire OT ecosystem, if I'm able to discover is number one challenge. Second is even if I'm able to discover, are those protocol
compliant to the IT systems that are required to monitor them. So these are few things which is a critical, I would say, a roadblocker for most of the IT systems, OT security considerations. But there are ways to start small, and the best way to start is to follow some of these standards. So there are standards like IEC 62443, there are NIST protocols which you can start with, which gives you a baseline to conduct an assessment across various parameters of the OT system. So you conduct various assessments, start with an assessment, understand the visibility, have a strategy, start small, and then probably do a POC to realize that whether that solution that you want to put in is scalable to your large ecosystem or not. And then put up a robust strategy based on the foundings of the POC, internalize it, understand best practices and govern. So that's the way forward, which I personally have seen has worked for many of the manufacturing companies I've worked with. But that's the way forward in which we have to think progressively to start small and then scale through a robust strategy.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. I know there's a lot more to discuss. We'll be running short of time. So I have two more questions, but before I go on to which is actually what I was doing. So if there are any questions from the audience, I think we'd like to take those first. Otherwise, I have just one more aspect to cover with Neha. But any questions? Okay, it might be the time of the day or the subject. I really don't know. But yeah, so maybe then I have one question for you, Neha, and I think this is pretty a hot topic of discussion with this DPDPA. This is a new act which has come in, and I think at the start of the discussion we shared a lot of the transfer of information or data sharing which is happening across the partner ecosystem, and the act has put in a lot of, I would say, consideration. Maybe you can still do that. So I'm not getting into the cross-border transfer, but I'm saying when you're sharing that information with the partner ecosystem, what are the considerations that you need to keep into mind? And maybe some of those aspects that you may have to cover while putting up the contract. So that could be one of the other criteria to tier your service providers, the kind of sharing of the personal information.
So, even if like the standard contractual clauses are in place with respect to right to audit and all, the data privacy aspect is over and above the standard contractual clauses you would have in place. So, two, three key points which I feel will change the nature of contracting. So, Data Privacy Act specifically calls out that the consent is obtained from customers in a defined format of the notice. Now, when you are using customer data for analytics, you are sharing it with your third parties, and the customers may not be aware of that. So that is one nuance you have to bake in while informing the customer in the notification process itself. The second nuance, other than contractual clauses, is the thought around what if the customer withdraws the consent? Defining a process around that, if the consent is withdrawn at your end, it is your supplier ecosystem also where the consent is withdrawn, it's applicable to them as well. So how do you ensure that that particular consent withdrawal process is kind of the suppliers also fall into place for that implementing that. And last but not the least, there is a concept around that particular data breach notification process you define for your organization, the templates, the incident reporting process, whatever you define. How do you ensure that your suppliers also follow a similar process? And if, God forbid, and I think rightly pointed out, attacks would always be there. So if there is a breach at the supplier ecosystem end, because of their lack of notification to you, you breach your own timelines, and there are severe penalties around these kind of breaches. So I think these are some of the key nuances. While a lot of again, you will have to follow data privacy governance framework, those are the standard things, but these especially the consent withdrawal part of it seems like a tricky proposition for now, considering we are again saying that we do not have visibility of the entire supplier ecosystem.
No, I can't agree more with you, Neha. I think this is really complex. We're just praying that the government will be slightly more kind when they come out with the rules. So yeah, please.
And just one point to what Neha mentioned, because even consent management platform is going to solve the problem. But if you see, it is clearly mentioned that it has to be developed in 22 different languages, right? As per the 8th constitution model, right? So how it is going to, it is going to be tricky. Somewhere someone is going to refute that you have created your platform in English language, but I am not able to understand. I was not able to understand at that point, and I had consented, but I am not okay with that consent. So then how you are going to, if you are going to develop that platform also, you have to develop into all those 22 languages.
No, no,
That is
absolutely.
that is
So,
going to be a
so that I
biggest
said,
challenge
this
in
is
developing the
a
platform.
complex subject altogether. But I think just to reduce some complexity from the contracting process, particularly when you are putting up a contract with a third party where you are sharing your personal information, I think there are certain considerations. So it is important for us to define the data set that we are sharing with the third party contractually. We restrict the purpose of processing by the third party in the contract with respect to the services that they are doing. And consent management contractually is easy to solve, but operationally is not an easy thing to solve. So as Neha, you mentioned, if someone withdraws the consent, you need to also ensure that the data processors also remove that. And yeah, that's something which will gonna evolve. But thank you very much. Thank you for your input. I think this is really helpful. And this is helpful for me because I think we have established not an easy problem to solve. So you need consultants like me. Just let me know, and I'll be happy to help you out. But thank you very much. Thanks all of you, and looking forward to connect with you separately. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
That was quite an impressive session. Can we have a huge round of applause for our dignitaries here? And I would request you to kindly step forward for a photo op, please. Thank you so much. Kindly get settled and seated. Moving forward to our next panel, which is on the topic rebooting the on-site and in-transit experience, morphing supply chains with intelligent robotics. And our panelists for the session are as follows, starting with Ashish Jha, Head of Supply Chain India, Electrolux. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, please. Most welcome, sir. Please come. Our next two panelists would be joining us virtually here. Ashwin Rao, Business Head, Warehouse Automation, Blue Star Engineering and Electronics Limited. And Srinivas Rao Nandigam, Global Head of Supply Chain, Sun Pharma. Our next panelist here, who is in person with us, Suraj Behirwani, Senior President and Global Sales Head, Pulp and Fiber Business, Aditya Birla Group. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, please. Followed by Sharmishtha Niyogi, Supply Chain Director, Marik Group. Let's welcome the lady with a huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much. And to chair this session, we have the Honorable, prestigious moderator for the session, Samik Biswas, Partner and Associate Director, PCG. Let's welcome him as well with a huge round of applause, please. I would now request the moderator, sir, to kindly begin the session forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long day for most of you, so maybe a couple of more sessions and then we should be done for today. The topic that we have right now is regarding robotization and getting more mechanical in terms of the supply chain infrastructure. Now, this has been a topic that has been discussed quite a few times earlier. What we typically see is that, in recent times, a lot of supply chains have found, at least there's been a lot of talk around getting this topic done. However, overall adoption in the industry has been fairly limited. So the question is, why is that so? And what are the problems that face us? And then how do we try to solve those problems, right? So we have a very good panel right now, and maybe I'll kick off the session by by asking the first question, which is, but by doing this work, what exactly is the problem that we are trying to solve? Why do we at all need robotization? Why do we at all need mechanization of supply chain, right? So maybe Suraj, if you can give us a little bit of insight that why do you think this is required, and by doing this, what is the problem that we are really trying to solve?
Thank you. I think as far as the customers in a B2B scenario or a consumer in a B2C scenario, their requirement or expectation is very, very simple. I think from centuries back when trade began, or the first commercial transaction would have taken place, the expectation from the customer is very simple from a supply chain perspective: on time, in full. And I think centuries later, even till today, that's the only expectation that the customer has, that whatever I have ordered, please deliver to me on time and in full. Now, in doing so, I think obviously we have had the advantage of improvement in technology, which has enabled it to happen much more efficiently. And that is one big trend which obviously has changed more so in the recent past than before, wherein with the emerging technologies, I think the customer is expecting companies to adopt these technologies and help to improve the OTIFs for them. Second, I think from a consumer perspective, again, most organizations have also begun to use supply the USP, as a differentiator from competition. And for example, if it's an e-commerce organization, they want to ensure that you get a super fast delivery, 1 day, 2 days. I'm sure many of us here are subscribing to Amazon Prime. If it is, say, a B2B organization, let's say in the textile value chain, with the advent of fast fashion, you want to ensure that the apparels is reaching faster to the end retailers. The Zaras and the H&Ms of the world want, the turnaround time of their apparels to be very quick. So again, this whole piece of supply chain efficiency has become, many of the organizations have made them their USP. Good, bad, ugly, I don't know. It's put in a lot of pressure also. I mean, it doesn't matter if your bread arrives in 10 minutes or 30 minutes, but today most organizations are, saying I'll deliver you in 1 hour. Someone says I'll deliver you in 30 minutes. Someone now today they're saying we'll deliver you in 10 minutes. So also we've also spoiled consumers with all these choices. Third, I think from a customer point of view, I think increasingly customers have become very, very conscious. I think they want organizations with which they deal with to be sustainable. And if you see, even in the global emission norms, the greenhouse emission norms, the whole supply chain forms part of scope 3, and which most organizations are now trying to do. So I think from a consumer, very clear, he wants it from a green channel that is coming to him. And finally, I think in the recent past, we've seen more disruptions around supply chain, and therefore customers, consumers, B2B spaces especially largely are looking for more than one source of supply chain. So if you see the whole China plus one thing that has happened, no longer do, after COVID especially, no longer do companies want to be dependent only on one source, that is China. They increasingly want to move to other sources. Traditional concepts of just-in-time delivery after COVID especially is no longer organizations are preferring. Or everybody wants to go back to the safety stock model. Yeah. So these are the things which are affecting from a customer-consumer point of view. I mean, happy to hear other panelists on how now we are responding from organizations' point of view to meet these expectations.
So maybe the the next question, maybe Ashwin, you can help us answer that. So given these requirements and these changes, how is automation going to solve this problem? I mean, what kind of customer behavior? I mean, we understand the customer behavior part, but what is automation going to help? And do you have any examples maybe at your company where you have tried to address some of these issues through automation?
No, thanks so much, Samek. And
Ashwin.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. You are.
Perfect. No, thanks so much, Samek. And very interesting to hear the views of the needs of the market and the needs of the customer. And let me say that this is exactly what we are looking to address as part of automation, right? I mean, when it comes to OTIF, when it comes to safety, when it comes to going back to an inventory model, you want to ensure that you're able to store, you're able to meet demand as the demand comes in, you're able to deliver on time, you're able to deliver also stock, not necessarily trying to dump to, let's say, you're the next in your chain, right? You want to ensure that you're able to meet specific requirements of your either your distributors or your retailers, right? So that's all that is possible now with automation. What happens because of all of this requirements for custom from either your B2B customers or the consumer is adds a lot of complexity to what the supply chain has to manage and has to deliver. And I really like the thought. This is really now the era of the supply chain manager. I mean, you've seen this era of the production manager, and now the supply chain manager is the hero. Is no longer just a cost center, and he's looking to really be the differentiator. And that's where automation comes in. I mean, where can automation play a role? It can play a role across the entire supply chain, right? And if I was to take any warehouse, you're looking at automation playing a role from as the tasks which have been traditionally manual, which is loading or unloading of trucks. It plays a role in how you store and how you bring material back for picking and for dispatch. And all of these are processes which you can automate. You had asked a question at the start saying that what's a precursor to automation, right? And a precursor to automation in many ways is whether the processes have been put in place, whether they are standardized, whether these processes and that's where the journey of Indian companies is at, right? Indian companies are going through this maturity wherein you are having the standardization of processes, you're doing your digitization, you're going to digitalization, and all of this aids for automation, and that's where automation has been picking up. To give you an example, and I'll just take the lead from what the earlier panelist was mentioning about in retail or in fashion. How can automation play a role, right? If you are able to connect your retailer directly to your warehouse, right? And that could be through a vendor portal, it could be through going through your ERP. That means that you can have your order hitting your warehouse. Your warehouse has stocks. You have a TAT which you are wanting to fulfill. You have an SLA agreement with your retailers. You can fulfill even in B2B context. You can fulfill within a day, and this is including logistics time. The order comes, hits the ERP. You have the mechanization which is enabling you to hold inventory, to hold different kinds of inventory. You're able to bring the right material at the right time. You can, for example, in case of fabric, you can cut the fabric to length. You can quickly package it, send it now for transportation. All of this is done within a shift, right? Which means that you can very quickly, from an order being placed by a retailer sitting in a remote location to your warehouse acting on that order, to be able to ship out the material within, let's say, even 3-4 hours is now possible, all because of automation. I mean, there are challenges within a warehouse, right? Picking takes a lot of time. Having the order list in place, it takes a lot of time. All of this now, because of both digital as well as mechanization, has meant can be done very quickly. And that's where I think the advantages of automation companies. I just gave you an example where it can be done. I'll take very quickly another example, especially when it comes to areas like truck loading, unloading, right? I mean, this is a job that nobody wants to do anymore within a warehouse. The availability of manpower to do this kind of jobs is becoming very difficult. It's backbreaking, literally. It's in very harsh conditions. By doing automation, you are able to ensure that you are able to put your resources productively and in areas where it is economical, it's efficient, it is value adding, right? And all of these things is now possible through automation. So yeah, just the entire chain can be automated. There are many examples of it happening, and it is adding value to customers in I mean the automation company, the companies who are doing automation to add value to their customers. So yeah, that's my view on automation, and there's a full gamut of automation that is possible.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Ashwin. I think one of the other things that we hear a lot is the physical infrastructure that you need for automation. So, for example, we hear a lot about robots, we hear a lot about drones, right? So maybe Ashish, do you have any experience, or have you seen anywhere where robots and drones are actually being used to try and make a bunch of these activities efficient?
Okay. Hello. Yeah. First of all, good evening, everyone. Thanks for inviting me for the forum. So to answer to your question, so robotics is something it was coined 100 years back, basically, and it has been lot used in European nations. So whether it be Germany or whether it be UK, Australia, those kind of nations, they use it a lot. It is still very new in Indian market. So when you see the robotics automation in Indian market, the market size would be somewhere to the tune of $5 billion. Though every year it is growing at a certain CAGR, maybe at double digit 13%, and maybe after 7 years, 6 years, it can become $84 billion, something like, around say 35, $36 billion market, but still it is very new. Now, having said that, there are different type of robotics that has been used, and especially after COVID. So when I talk about COVID, before COVID, the scenario was completely different, even in global market also. When we compare, and India market, it's still lagging behind the global scenario, majorly used by say Israel, US, Germany, and all. So after COVID, because lot of supply chain disruptions, which has already been mentioned, there were like a lot of surge in demand also, and something which companies they thought that with the people who are working in the warehouse, with the overheads, with the manual labor activity, it may not be possible because of the rise in the labor cost, because of the efficiency, the way they are working. So company they started using robotic automations, basically, in a way like there could be forklifts or MHEs which would be working without driver, so driverless forklifts. There would be like a kind of autonomous mobile robotics, which would be helping moving in the warehouse, basically hovering in the warehouse. They may move material also, they may move pallet also. Drone, as rightly mentioned, for inventory management, it can track inventory, can lift inventory, those kind of things. Even drones are used basically by companies like Walmart in US for end customer deliveries because they consume less time. Now, the type of investment for this robotics is quite huge because a lot of companies, when they invest, recently I saw that DHL has invested in Australia 150 million US dollars, basically. That's quite huge. Even in US, in Latin America, somewhere it invested around 15 million US dollars. So the kind of investment is quite huge. And when some logistic companies, they want to invest, basically, they want to see whether customer really need it or not, whether they have that kind of returns when they invest. So what is the payback time? So that is another one of the question. Earlier, robotics were majorly used in industrial, basically, domain, basically in manufacturing, welding, those kind of activities. But now slowly companies are also using it in warehouses. So the things have changed. But what is the payback time? Whether it be 3 years, whether it is 6 years, we don't know. So that is also one of the things why many companies, they are hesitant in investing in robotic automation. So when it comes to India standpoint, there are many companies which believe completely in robotics automation, like Asian Paints could be one of a very good example. which basically go a lot of into like supply chain digitalization, also robotics automation. Similarly, there are IT companies who majorly work in this particular field. Like for example, IBM, they have been working in AI robotics since long, and they have got good customer base also. Like for example, Amazon could be one of their customers, and they have got this kind of basically people who want to buy it basically. So having said that, when I talk about, I come from an organization called Electrolux. Electrolux is globally world number 2 in terms of domestic appliances. India's standpoint, we are not much into robotics, but yes, globally we are. We have implemented first robotics in Australia some 19 years back, and it gave huge returns. Similarly, we are using robotics in Latin America, and it has given huge returns. So when you see in terms of cost reduction, it gives you somewhere around, say, 65% cost reduction, but maybe after a period of time. In terms of efficiency, it can do in the time 50% lesser than what a manual activity would take. So yes, this we are trying to use, but when I talk about India standpoint, we are more into digitalization supply chain. Like for example, we have got WMS, warehouse management system. We have got tools and system for planning, basically IBP, that is integrated business planning tool. Now, AI is something we are looking at. Now, how to integrate it with existing system? How we'll be using those kind of API integration? That is one of the things we are looking at. But yes, that would happen in future, in near time, but we are in more into global markets. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much, Ashish. So I think we have now discussed a little bit about the need. What are the typical technical things that you need for this for these automation, etc. I think there's a very big software aspect also, right? So what kind of tools do you need? What kind of people do you need? What kind of skills do they need? And then how do you manage risks? And then, of course, you start looking at how much is it going to cost and get it to return. So I think, Sharmisha, this question is for you. How do you think people should plan their journey of automation and robotization? And what are the typical pitfalls that you need to watch out for?
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me to this event. It's a very interesting question. In fact, when we think about automation and robotics, the first thing that comes to our mind is the huge cost, loss of job. So we have all these detrimental thoughts that are coming in our mind, but automation robotics is very varied in supply chain. So it can be as interesting as having machine learning do virtual tours and training for new joining in the warehouse, and that will not lead to someone loss of job for someone. In fact, that would lead to upskilling people. So there are various aspects of automation that plays. For instance, our friends talked about, all the other panelists talked about robotics and automation in warehouse and manufacturing lines. The robotics and automation also has a very strong role in planning, in risk management, in terms of demand planning or network. If there's a risk, let's say China port is down because of COVID, the system, AI and machine learning systems are up for multinational organizations. Who are operating in various countries. Like for instance, Merck, the organization that I work for, they have robotics and machine learning based risk management system that optimizes the network. So they are constantly looking at what are the risks that are there in the supply chain and give alternate solutions almost in no time, in real time. So those are also some of the examples. Now, when people think about automation, they feel that it's a lot of work. Where do we start from? Most of the programs or the implementation that I have seen in my career, or which are work going on in the industry, starts from the requirement. So the first is, what is your requirement? Do not go by what is happening in the industry. So that is the first step. Second is, there has to be a very strong planning phase where you need to do the cost benefit analysis and what are the options available to you. So, there are various options, like you can go for complete automation and upfront cost, and you can implement all of that and have an upfront cost of then you would be answerable to the senior leadership on what is the ROI for next 5 years. That can be an option. A lot of organizations do that. But then there is also option of going in a plan with a implementation organization, like the solution providers in the industry, they are working very closely with the organizations in terms of a 5-year plan, where they not only come and implement the hardwares and softwares according to your solution, but they also maintain it for next 5 years. And you are almost paying them a plan, pay a maintenance fee kind of a thing. And at the end of 5 years, they train your people, leave, and you are self-sufficient to now lead the entire implementation. So there are lots of programs that the solution providers have. The issue is that we are sometimes not aware of those programs, and we do not enter into the gate thinking that there's a lot of cost involved in it. So that is the cost part. The second thing that I feel is that most of the automation that we are looking at right now, we should have done yesterday. And COVID helped us see that very clearly, because any of the automation that we do has a gestation period. So you cannot expect the technology to come today and start giving you an output from tomorrow. So any implementation has at least 2 to 3 years of gestation period for your processes to follow the technology, and for your capabilities to know, for your people to know how to use the process and technology. And all those things take time. So technology implementation is the least of the problem. That happens that's a 10% of the problem. It happens in 6 months, 1 year. But after that, the actual journey starts, where your processes have to be aligned to use the technology that is there. And then the resources should be there, trained, and having the trust in the output, and having the confidence, or having the bandwidth to take the errors of the technology and cleaning that, because that also has to be done by the people, by your team only, and making that implementation successful. And that all takes at least 3 to 4 years. So if you are looking at some output, like Suraj rightfully said, customers' expectations are rising. They want things in 10 minutes. So if you want to be competitive in the market, you should started 3 years back. But if you haven't started, then maybe today is the right time for all of us to start. And the process is for identify your requirements, have a good plan, do a cost benefit analysis, find your right partners who are partnering with you with the right solution, whether you want to put a capital investment at the beginning, or you want to spread it out over the next 5 years. There are a lot of programs. And then the last two things, which is most important, is having the right processes to support the technology and having the right people. So upskilling your existing people and hiring new people who would then take the technology forward. So these are some of the things that anybody who's looking at implementation and automation has to go through.
Yeah, great. So I think the other thing that we hear a lot is, what are the risks of failure? So if implementation doesn't happen well, what all can go wrong? So in terms of risks, and therefore, so let me try to give you a little bit of my experience on that. So typically what happens is, when you try to do something new, and if it is not working well in the first few months, there's a general lack of trust on that project. And then very quickly people are there to basically say that, okay, I don't think this is going to work. So it's very important to keep that in mind, that whenever we try something new, we probably have to spend a lot more time in planning and structuring it, and making sure that it is well planned. Otherwise, there's this whole risk of things not working as it should be. And the second very important thing, a place of failure that I have seen is, a lot of people have gone ahead with technology without necessarily analyzing what do you really need for your business, right? So there is a bit of a FOMO here that everybody is doing it, I should also be doing it. I think that's actually not a right thing. I think you mentioned, Sharmishra, that it starts with what do I really need. I think that's a very important issue. Without that, you could land up with a lot of technology which may not be very suitable, or within your context may be very hard to take it forward, right? Okay, so now going forward, we still see, I mean, therefore there are challenges of implementation, there's a cost issue, but people who have done it, we also hear a lot of concerns from let's say the supply chain managers, the supply chain organization, or people in the warehouse, etc. So maybe Srinivas, you can give us a bit of your experiences. are people concerned that automation, robotization, etc., is going to take away jobs, is going to make them redundant? Is that a concern in the shop floor, or is that really something that you think can be is not the case and it could be handled differently?
Thank you very much, Shamik, for actually inviting me for the conference. And it's a great question. I will actually say that, it is a concern initially for everybody. And in fact, I would actually want to kind of roll back 30 years ago when banking system was actually wanting to do automation by way of computerization. The very people who actually opposed about the computerization because of the fear of the loss of jobs are the people whom, if you go into the bank today by any chance, without a computer, they can never work. So the whole idea is also about change management and how do we manage this particular change with respect to people, convincing people that automation is not about actually taking away jobs. Robotization is not about taking away jobs, but it is actually making your jobs easy. If I go back to our Factories Act, for example, it actually talks about 8-hour shifts. Now we have actually extended to 12-hour shifts very recently because of the fact that the whole thing is that, earlier people were expected to do very heavy jobs, which is not the case anymore. And, today there are, robots which actually pick up the heavy loads. They are assisting the people to actually do that particular job. So, to answer your question, is there a fear on the shop floor? Yes. How can we encounter and how can we actually make sure that those fears are taken away? That's the process of the change management, which I would say. I would also like to add a small point in terms of what you said and also my earlier panelist, Sharmishta, said in terms of the ROI and the payback on robotization. There are two use cases typically which I see. Use cases where it's very difficult for human beings to actually go and work, like in a paint shop, like in a very complicated way, or like in a very dusty environment, and so on and so forth. That's very simple. Case number two is a case where your labor cost savings far outweigh the capex. Now, obviously, yes, being a global head of supply chain, the first phase of implementation, we did it in North America, Western Europe, Japan, and then we're bringing it to India also. And the third use case which comes in is basically the Amazons of the world, where you need to do huge amount of sorting, huge amount of pick, pack, etc., which is going to be physically impossible to put a 10,000 people in a 1,000,000 square foot warehouse. That's the kind of people density. To avoid that, you will need a robotization and automation to increase the speed. So these are the three typical use cases which I see, whereby it makes a lot of business sense.
Thank
I don't
you.
know if
Thank you.
I've answered the question.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, of course.
So in my past experience, whenever we did implementation of technology, my experience has been that people have actually upskilled themselves. So we have planners who used to work on, and I'm just giving a very simple example. People are planning on Excel files, and then technology comes in like SAP demand forecasting tool or demand 360 JDA, etc. And suddenly they are trained on those technologies and they're upskilled and their value in the market goes up. So most of the time when we see, let's say the production manager doing Excel-based production planning, and then suddenly all the control panels and automated production lines are implemented, they are more aware of the technology and their skill sets are now more valued in the industry. So on the contrary to the thought, when the journey starts, people think that they're going to lose their job, but actually they end up upskilling themselves and then they are more valuable to the industry.
So I think that it's a bit of change management as well as communication, right? So Ashish, you wanted to say something else?
I would like to add 1 or 2 points to it. So adding to what both the panelists have said, like it is more like robots, basically they are helping the people who are working in the warehouse rather than taking away their job. So it is a kind of fear kind of thing that has already arisen. So to add 1 or 2 points, like we are talking about the autonomous mobile robotics, they basically move the pallet. So it's a kind of mundane job. Okay, so people who are actually moving the pallets, they can do more value-added work rather than moving the pallets. Similarly, they can help in sorting, they can help in picking. So kind of mundane job. So people, they can utilize their skill sets something better. So once this, and there are also robots which can communicate with the people. They can work like how the human, they are guiding them, so they can communicate. They are called cobots basically. So those kind of things are basically something which will help and improve the efficiency of the people also who are working in the warehouse.
Okay, great, great. So look, I think I'll try to briefly summarize what we discussed today. So I think we started with the hypothesis that, this is important. We hear this a lot, but somehow industry adoption has been relatively low. And then we discussed why that is the case. So we also tried to understand why is it important? What is the problem we are trying to solve? And basically this entire push is coming from the customer, and the size and scale of the operation is, I think the understanding is that the size and scale is going to be quite difficult for people alone to handle. Otherwise, you'll need big armies and they may not be available. I think the second topic we said is that there are multiple types of automation that you could do. So one is the digital part, but I think the more physical things are stuff like robots, for stuff like drones, then they are expensive. And therefore, it needs a very thorough assessment of what is going to be the utilization of these assets, what is going to be the payback period, and when are they going to turn profitable. Not all geographies will probably benefit from having robots, but some geographies to start will definitely have, and over time, it's just going to get across. Then we also discussed that, look, there is a soft side. So, the people, how do you upskill them? How do you motivate them? There's an element of change management. There's an element of risk management. So the entire scope of activities is actually going to be there to make sure that we are able to implement this properly. And finally, we talked about people, and then we said, okay, there may be a fear of job losses, but most probably that is not likely to be the case, because a lot of this automation is meant to help people do their jobs a lot more efficiently and take away the mundane jobs, right? I think I have one last comment here, and maybe any one of the panelists can actually answer that. How do we, so this is appearing as a bit of a specialization. This is not a very generic topic, right? So how do we start thinking of actually then building capability, right? For example, if you go to a normal engineering school, I don't think anybody is teaching this very specifically. Or even for a business school, I don't think this topic, maybe there are a few, but not that much. So the question is, do we see a need for some structured capability inputs getting into this kind of a field, so that we actually start seeing a lot more, let's say, trained workforce in the market who are able to take these jobs? Or we think that's really not required? People can learn on the job. What's your sense?
I'll take a stab at it. So there are both ways are possible. One is organizations are taking a very strong step in terms of training people. So whenever they are bringing in new technology, there are consultants who come in from those technology expert organizations and train the existing employees. I've also seen new millennials or people who are open to technology taking courses. So there are very interesting machine learning, AI-based training modules, Power BI training modules, and they're, name it, and those kind of training modules are there in the industry, and a lot of people are taking those trainings on their own. So both ways, it's possible, but, people who are open to new technology and who are adapting and training themselves, while if the company is providing them the training or doing it on their own, they are the winners. So they are ahead of the curve as compared to others.
All right. Okay, I think we are, sorry, you want to add something?
So 1 or 2 points that I would like to add is that, first of all, there is no proper law and regulations in this particular field. So I think Ministry of Economy, Electronics and Information Technology, they need to work in bringing some laws and regulation into it. Then I think it can happen in a more structured way. Then more parties will come into this particular domain and they'll try to invest, because there will be regulations and laws. And then more people, they'll invest in terms of institutions also and in developing the talent. So whatever people have learned outside India, maybe some people, they have exposure of outside market, they can bring in those knowledge and have that kind of database or that kind of passing those knowledge in Indian markets, bringing them some institute which only work in this particular piece, basically. So laws and regulation would be one of the point that I would like to highlight. Yeah.
Wonderful. All right. So this is a very interesting topic, and you can go on for a full day on discussing this. I think we are almost going to run out of time. So maybe let me close this discussion right now. And thanks a lot to all my panelists. We'll open the floor to questions. We have a few. I mean, we can take a few questions if there are any. So Uday, maybe if somebody has a question, we can take that.
Hi, everyone. One of the questions that I wanted to ask from panelists is all these technologies that we see, in fact, we always talk about we should do a cost benefit analysis and then adopt that particular technology. But if you really see Amazon started their business as selling the products. Now they are more of a facilitators or a logistics company who are facilitating the sellers to sell their products. They themselves are not selling it, correct? So do we also see these technologies as the business transformers rather than the supporters to our main business in our farm sector, in our manufacturing sector, in these kinds of sectors?
So you want to take that, Suraj? Yeah.
I think that's a very interesting question because as organizations have started to adopt technology, they have quickly realized that there could be an alternate source of revenue model that is also getting generated through it. Or sometimes it's altogether switching, like you're saying, Amazon, which is largely skewed now towards being more tech-enabled supply chain organization who's doing that. In fact, if I have to give an example closer home, what we have done is we've developed an indigenous technology wherein, or blockchain technology, wherein a customer today, when they go to any store and they have a tag of our organization, I mean, if the garment is made from our through our fiber, and there's a QR code, and when you scan the QR code, it can trace right from which forest it was, the pulp was bought, where was the fiber manufactured, etc. So this whole blockchain technology developed, and so that suddenly while we started this thought to come to, for a solution to a environmentally conscious, sustainability conscious consumer, soon we discovered that, hey, listen, we have an alternate business model because suddenly this blockchain technology where other brands are also seeking to. So we are now thinking, how do you take it to a wider base? How do you possible monetize it? So I think, yes, as we go along with this things, many organizations are discovering the same.
Yeah, yeah. I also have similar experiences. Yes. Thank you, Suraj. Any
Thank you, Suraj.
Anyone else? All right. Okay, so maybe with that, we will come to an end of this panel discussion. So thanks a lot to my panelists for sharing your ideas and views. And thanks a lot to the organizers for getting us here. This is an interesting topic, and I'm sure there'll be more opportunities to discuss with them. So in case anybody wants to know anything more or any specific interests, you can have our contacts from the organizers, and we are very happy to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Can we have a round of applause for our panelists here for curating this session diligently? Thank you so much. I would request you to step forward for a group photo op now. Thank you. Thank you once again. As we move forward to another interesting panel discussion henceforth, this will be the last panel discussion. Post this, we will be having a 10-minute break, and then we will proceed forward with our award segment. So I would request all our guests here to stay back till the very end because some exciting things are coming up and we would want you to be part and parcel of it. Our next panel is on the topic of retrofitting legacy supply chain with location tracking capabilities, reinventing the on-road experience. I would be requesting the following panelists to kindly join us in here today on the stage, starting with Dipayan Gupta, Head CX and E-commerce operations, Sangeeta Mobiles. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, please? Next, I would like to invite Hitesh Madan, Head Supply Chain Management, Daikin Air Conditioning India Private Limited. Let's welcome sir as well with a round of applause. Followed by Shaunik Goel, President and Head Supply Chain, Sheila Foam Limited, Sleepwell. And now I would be inviting the session chair, Ashish Arora, National Business Head, Commerce and AEC ESRI India. So we will now be having a very interesting session on the topic retrofitting legacy supply chain with location tracking capabilities, reinventing the on-road experience. And I would now request our Honorable Chair to please take the lead on and begin the session. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Very thanks to Businessworld for having us here. My name is Ashish Arora, and I work with an organization called ESRI, Environment Systems Research Institute. We work with location intelligence platforms. When you talk about supply chain and supply chain management, I've been listening to a lot of sessions prior to this, and I was very happy to hear this word where are my assets? Where are my challenges? Where are my people? Where are my goods? Where are my contractors? Right? Location intelligence, analytics, and location data helps with understanding and solving a lot of challenges with where, you know. And then interestingly, in India specifically, this was not being used and being utilized, though we've been helping global supply chain mammoths like FedEx and UPS since years, for the simple reason that location data was not open in public domain. And as an organization, 26 years in India, we've been evangelizing with government. 2021 is when the National Geospatial Policy was released. And now every private organization has free and open access to government and elsewhere location data, starting with your simple boundaries to roads, to streams, to land use, to demographics, you know. So now, rather than retrofitting, I would say, this is the right time to reinvent the classic legacy supply chain algorithms. And we've already started doing that with a lot of organizations. With that, we have a very, very interesting and esteemed panel here. I will start the discussion with Mr. Hitesh. Since at Daikin, it's a very, very complex mix of supply chain with, different materials moving in, moving out, inbound, outbound, multiple countries, multiple ways of, logistics. So what was your experience in terms of managing all of that? And I'm sure you would be working with multiple organizations and multiple technologies. So what's your experience with and how, location helped?
Yeah. Hello. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you very much, for giving us opportunity to share our thoughts, what experience we are having. And I really, appreciate, the patience which you have since morning to evening, you're sitting here. And really, it's a great event. I will just share one experience basically over whatever I've learned in so many companies and currently what we are doing. We are basically trying a broader picture. We are trying to connect our raw material suppliers directly to the consumer. So it means even if we talk only about the farm fresh in terms of vegetables and fruits, we want that even consumer durable or any product which is being delivered to the consumer, he should have a touch base that where my material is coming from, what is the lead time. We try to educate our customer. So what we are trying our RM suppliers, which are across the globe, to connect on the same platform where they have a connectivity first level directly to our factory. So the lead time, the actual raw material, what they want to procure, what they want to keep, their manpower cost, their logistics costs, their warehousing cost, we keep in mind so that they don't spend over. And we give them the real feedback, and we try to connect with the system like EDI, CSN, and NXM, many more systems which we are developing. And the benefit of that is that there is no leakage or any kind of data duplicacy. So what they are producing, when they produce, immediately we get to know that yes, this material is ready for the pickup well in advance, and we plan accordingly on the backward. So we align our forwarders, our CHAs, on the same platform by giving them the access of the same portal or same, transparency, so that they can plan and very well with the supplier. And once they pick up the material, once they put it on the ship, we get to know that material is already on the ship. And the same is with supply chain, same is with the sales planning as well as with the factory. So everyone knows when the raw material has left from there, by when it is going to reach, and what is the lead time of production. And finally, once it is produced, it reaches to my port and to the factory. From factory, it is again connected through our internal systems to our regional sales people. So they also get to know that, okay, the material is already being produced today, and the material is going to get dispatched, maybe the lead time 6 days, 7 days, or 5 days. Based on that, our logistics team, they plan their vehicle availability, manpower availability in the warehouses. And subsequently, we give that information to the dealer as well in advance, right? Once we get the information from the factory, on the same portal, they pass it on that information to the dealers. So dealers further take the advance orders, confirmed orders from their customers before season. Okay, I will be able to give you in 15 days this particular material, you give me the advance. So that's how we try to maximize sales, which definitely impact our logistics cost. If we have more sales, definitely, we are going to have less cost. So this is what, we are trying. And further, once the material is dispatched to the customer from our sales, automatically emails and phone messages, they go to the customer. So customer also knows through the transporter module that, okay, I am getting this material next 3 days. Further, he can confirm, he can take advance money from the end customer. So once end customer knows, okay, this material started from Japan or from China or from Thailand 21 days ago or 30 days ago, and finally I am going to get the finished good in my home delivered, and same information is passed on to service team as well, parallelly. So idea is that everyone is aligned on the same platform. So classic example is a metro. Whenever you travel in a metro, you know the station. So everything is blinking, is basically a geolocation, when your station is going to come, when you have to get down. So you can plan your time accordingly. So I just learned, I've been to Japan recently. I learned a classic thing, they don't talk to each other. They don't ask anyone what is the time. They are so calculative, even 30 seconds, they calculate that 30 seconds will take by walking from one platform to another platform. And they can give the timings to the end, destination, and they reach on time. This is my experience, recent experience. So it is actually supply chain is on everything. Right, you get up in the morning, so you plan your supply chain, you manage your time, by what time I'll be reaching office, and you back calculation. That definitely saves indirect cost, detention cost, your overhead cost. You can negotiate better with the containers. You can give advance money, and you can pick up the advance containers in time, and subsequently you can negotiate with the local transporters. So this geolocation, basically, it's such a wonderful thing to have it. It's lovely to have that such kind of portals where 5, 6 or portals are connected to on a single platform. So we need to actually, experience this. It's very interesting. I'm finding it very interesting and challenging as well, because a lot of departments are involved. You have to make them sync, make them educate. So this is what is my experience. I've just chalked it out. Thank you.
Thanks, Hitesh. So often we say in our industry, in the GIS industry, that location often connects everything, right? From small documents to people to different systems. And that's what, Daikin has been doing, especially in a context of multiple countries, multiple nationalities, multiple technologies with multiple contractors. Now, coming to Shonik, a very different supply chain game with mattresses. And I'm sure with the countrywide presence, you would be handling voluminous data. And when I say data, a point to be noted, my lovely audience, would be when we say data, your customer data, your franchise dealer data, it's all location enabled. And a lot of supply chain challenges can be looked at in a very different way. And the solutions can be very obvious, but they come up on a map. So what was your experience? And if you can really highlight on the importance of your own data and ancillary demographic location data, if you have that implementation or that vision, I think that will help everyone here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Good evening to all of you. I know it's been a long, long, long day. And while I represent a company called Sleep Well, and we love to make people sleep comfortably, but obviously not for this forum. I would request all of you to remain awake because this is going to be an interesting session. Now, I'll just divide supply chain into two parts, right? I mean, one is before COVID and one is after the Black Swan event, that is COVID. I think COVID has made each one of us very impatient, right? I mean, we don't have the patience. It's people can say it's a VUCA world, everything is changing rapidly, but in nutshell, we need everything as of yesterday, right? There's so much of technology that has come into our life. We keep tracking and tracing our materials. We keep tracking and tracing anything we order from Amazon, from Flipkarts, of the world, Express Bs, you name it. And then, there's a tracking that is happening all across, all day, all night, every time. Now, it is putting a lot of pressure on supply chain, of course. And our product being a voluminous product, it's very, very difficult to transport that product from one place to another. Yes, we've got factories all across the country. We've got consumers all across the country, and there's a complete distribution network that's working for us. And we deliver about 74% of our material within 24 hours across the country. I mean, that's the commitment that we have with our customers to ensure everybody sleeps well, everybody, has a good sleep every night, night after night. Now, coming to locations specifically, I think it's very, very important. And that's where over a period of last 2 years, 2.5 years or so, I think we've started putting in a lot of focus because now with location data is available, we analyze which are our high selling markets, which are our low selling markets, which products are selling in which particular markets, how can we better those products, how can we improve and enhance our customer experience by rolling out a direct to consumer channels, direct to consumer supply chain to enhance the end consumer, experience of having a mattress delivered to his place, right? Then there is a lot of business that we do on the foam side of it, and that's also very, very location centric. It is dependent on where, a lot of automobile suppliers are. It's also dependent on where the shoe manufacturers are, and it's also dependent on where the garment manufacturing is happening, because foam is again integrally used across multiple products. So having the locations available, having the locations where which market is doing well, which consumer wants what kind of a product, it has helped us enormously in customizing our product. It has also helped us in getting closer to the customer, closer to the consumer. A lot of new investment, new factory that we are putting up is closer to where the demand centers are. All this would not have been possible if we would not be having the exact data, exact lat long available for all our customers, all the markets, all the micro markets, and the country across for us is divided into 2,500 micro markets. So it's a complex supply chain. I have at any point of time about 350 containers plying all across the country, carrying material worth crores of rupees day in and day out. We've got dedicated containers that take care of about 70% of our loads. And we've got GPS enabled fleet. We've also deployed D2C vehicles having GPS enablement for a best-in-class customer experience. And we are still developing. It's just that this particular process is still in a medium stage. There's still job to be done. There's still job happening on it day in and day out. But the bottom line is we're trying to bring everything into a digital canvas to ensure that everything gets recorded, everything gets reviewed and gets improved. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Shaunik. So I think the challenge which I think everybody needs to maybe have a thought around is a fleet of 350 vehicles carrying merchandise on Indian roads, picking up merchandise from different warehouses, and I would assume more than 500 destinations, or
About 1,100 destinations.
so when you do the math, the simple permutation combination, there are millions of possibilities you can plan that logistic, right? How do you optimize it? With parameters like which one is overweight, which one is over height, driver dynamics, specific area dynamics, octroi, tolling, where to stop. So that's where location intelligence and analytics comes in and does it with ease, right? Now, you also mentioned a D2C kind of arrangement. So talking about D2C, yeah, you want to add something?
So D2C, we've just launched in a couple of metros. Yeah, Delhi being one of them. And that is for a premium range of mattresses to ensure that our customers have that delight. There's a beautiful Sleepwell vehicle that will come and deliver to your house. The delivery boys would be wearing Sleepwell uniforms. And they'll ensure that they place the mattress, they unpack the mattress, they place the mattress on your bed with a bed cover on it, and then it's up to you.
So customer experience.
Yeah, customer experience. And it's and it's from a slightly premium segment of Sleepwell mattresses. And we've just done it in South Delhi, and the response has been fantastic. We plan to roll it out across NCR region. We've done it in Chandigarh. Again, the response has been fantastic, and it's a developing story, of course. Now with Kurlon finally getting acquired by Sleepwell, I'm sure both the top brands across the country are going to come together, and there's going to be a lot of amalgamation, a lot of good work that's going to happen, typically on the manufacturing and the supply chain side of it.
Yeah, so in Delhi, South Delhi and Chandigarh are very obvious choices, but then where to open up next? What are my demographics? What are the spending patterns? Where is my competition? That's where again location comes in, right? Coming to D2C, I'll now move over to the pan. A pure D2C play, and I'm sure a lot of last mile supply chain challenges. What's your experience been?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Yeah, so picking up from sleeping well, so I'm into the business of making people click well and talk well. So I belong to a company called as SangeetaMobiles.com. It's a company that's based out of Bangalore. And talking about it a bit, because we have a network of 800 plus retail stores and a turnover of around 4,000 crores. It's a pretty big company and not known to a lot of people here. And talking about the serviceability of pin codes across India, which is about 20,000 odd pin codes, we have service to about 6,700 pin codes since this time. We started e-commerce as a platform for us. So I have always been part of the organizations like Uran, Flipkart in my past experiences. And I joined Sangeet in the month of May, and here is a different challenge that we're going to solve. And the challenge is about pure play demographics, keeping the network of our stores into the picture, and fulfillment at the earliest time, right? So our biggest USP is across all the locations where we have our network of stores, you can order a phone and it can get delivered to you within 2 hours, right? Now, how location intelligence plays a big role. There are segmentations that you can do. There are demographics that you can really play on. And there can be areas, can I really foray into the future where I can deliver a phone within 1 hour? But the question is, would you need a phone in 1 hour? Maybe, may not be. There is always a demand. India is a very tricky market. And we have two gentlemen next to me who have been in the industry for quite a long time. And I'm not from a supply chain background, but more from a business and an operations background. So my view of using the the data points or the data sets is solely around how do we create a hyper personalization journey for every user. So here I am representing all of you, not the B2B side of the business, but the consumer side of the business. And my take is that how can I offer you convenience and eliminate anxiety from your life, right? So that is what I would be really focusing from a D2C perspective. And in the previous discussion, there was a PR play discussion about OTIF and on time in full, right? And sorry, I don't remember the panelist's name, but he was pure play talking about the fact that how important is it to deliver on time. So you order a product, you want to see all activities that is happening to a particular product. Everyone here has a phone, or everyone here uses a D2C website for their own convenience, right? And here we are talking about connecting the manufacturer to the last mile consumer. Here we are talking about certain personalization in certain areas. So from my perspective, it is always about using the data sets, creating hyper personalization, creating those value additions for you as a consumer, and helping you with a better state of mind and creating a better value of the brand that you believe in. And also, from a business standpoint, I think it helps us expand new markets. So we have been a South only player. We have now forayed into Gujarat, and hopefully we will come to this side of the world as well. Yes, I think that's my initial thoughts on this.
Just add to my friend. So now, on a lighter side, you can buy a mobile in 2 hours, and then you can order and get a sleep well mattress in one day, and maybe in one day you can get an air condition also. So I think you will have your life is fulfilled. So phone, mattress, and air condition. And your life can be much easier. So I'll definitely ask my friend after this meeting that if he can deliver my Daikin air condition also in 2 hours. So that will be great. Even I'll give him 5 hours, so that will be great.
Yeah, interesting. Just while you were talking, the pan, slightly digressing from the subject, but then are you also into, so when you are, let's say, when you are trying to expand in a new market, let's say Northern India, do you also look at targeted marketing in terms of which areas, where should we look at talking about our brand awareness? And that question is for everyone, actually. So what's that kind of play when it comes to geospatial?
Yeah, I think the market is still in play, right? We are not present physically. Now, let's talk about the biggest shopping event in the country. We all know what that is. It's the Big Billion Days and the Amazon Great Indian Shopping Festival. And I think reportedly they have done something about 70,000 crores in 5 days during that period, not the 5 days, sorry, for the entire festive period. And it's massive. They sold about 4 lakh units of iPhones in the first 2 days. I mean, it's crazy. We are not able to sell 100 even a day. So the point is the market is there. And I think the way customers respond are very different. What happens when we have a brand which is not existing physically in a place where it is never known or no one has heard about it? A physical identity is very critical. And that would I mean, ideally be at a place where everyone else is present. I mean, I would not open up a store in a mall if High Street is where it works the best, right? Should I have a visibility I don't know about Delhi that well, Delhi, NCR that well. But if I talk about Bangalore, I mean, I'm okay to have a store in MG Road, right? Because people would be there, right? Central Bangalore, HSR layout, that's the life space for me. to have a visibility and then create a campaign around it. Your digital and non-digital can both be, correlated to each other and then create that identity in a way or other. That's my take on this.
I'll just add, see, this is about the mobiles, but even if you take a bigger consumer durable products, for example, air condition, I'll talk majorly about air condition, VRVs or SA or PAs, which you find. So generally what our team does, what intelligence they do in terms of geo tracking or maybe the, area, they try and check where 1 BHK houses are being built, where more students are staying, where more colleges are there, where they would require only 1 ton AC or 0.8 ton air condition. So we map that market. Subsequently, we go to the prime area where people have large villas, or maybe, they have industrial areas, So where we map what is the industry size there, what new industries are coming there. Similarly, hotels and real estate, So these are the things which are actually captured, some through intelligence, through data, through mobile phones, or maybe physical, capturing or sellout management actually. So if you see in Mumbai area, basically you will find all small houses, because of such a congested area, or, there is land scarcity. So there definitely we bang on and we try and develop a product, and we keep that product well in demand. And during the looking at the weather conditions, looking at the seasonality, maybe the festival season, weather conditions, the areas. So these are the things where we collect all the data at one place, and then we map it with our forecast. What forecast our salespeople have given actually, and what is the size of warehouse we need to keep it there. Whether we can deliver it directly from the factory, or we need to deliver it in as a D2C model, or maybe the smaller, 1 unit, 2 units delivery. So accordingly, we map our supply chain or 3PL partners. And if required, like we tie up, we are also coming with the D2C, maybe February we will launch it. So you can order an AC also like from D2C portal, which will be going in the same mechanism, hassle free, for a customer. So as answer to your question is that data is very, very important. And believe me, we have seen that, once you have this data cleansing and you have a complete tracking, you can save easily, like if I talk about cost, about 10% of the cost which you are spending. So this is what we want to say, that optimizing logistics cost, satisfying customer, delivering in time, less damages, and more satisfaction and repeat orders. So this is what like our main motto. We work on that very closely, and we take feedback even from our warehouse people. So we don't leave any people like, where they are staying. You can see nowadays, even smaller area, nothing will be there, but there is AC and dish antenna, or, TV. These are the things, refrigerator, these we will find in, the smallest house in our country. So there's a huge scope. That's what we are trying. We look forward in 2025, maybe 3 times the air condition market. If I talk about my own market, 3 times what we are today. If we are having a 10 million market today, we are looking at 30 million market in 2026-27. That's what we are aiming, and we have opened a new factory in Siri City. It's a beautiful place, not only for our, I think most of the companies have gone there. So if anyone has not visited, you can go and see. It's a wonderful how our country is growing, how our government is focusing. 55% of air condition will be produced in Siri City. So you just imagine a small town where no one knew about it. Now 55% of India's air condition will be produced there. So thank you.
Ashish, I just wanted to add one element, and I think both of you can elaborate on that. One of the critical aspects of location analytics, or any kind of data analytics, is how we actually protect our assets better, right? So on fraud monitoring and pilferage control around that. So while we don't face a lot of those challenges, but I'm sure in the larger scheme of things that is going to be very critical.
Yeah. So I'll also like to add warranty registration, for example, for a mattress is now happening through a barcode, right? And then from the barcode, we can track and trace which distributor has sold this to which dealer,
Backtracking.
and from which dealer to which customer, and which factory produced it, right? The ingredients, the cloth was taken from where, uh, that is the fabric and the ingredients and the polyol and the TDIs of the world, which were the sources of
What
that.
failed and how it failed.
Yeah. So all those things are very important when we handle the complaint, right? But what I'm coming to is that we have an exclusive network of about 6,000 exclusive showrooms, EBOs, exclusive business outlets. And those have been selling Sleepwell for ages, right? The company is 51 years old, and the business has just been growing at a staggering rate. But there is also stagnation in pockets, right? And that's where it's very, very important that we keep tapping the new locations which are coming in, because all cities are growing. Now there are a lot of new colonies which are coming into the municipal limits, even outside the municipal limits. There are a lot of OYO rooms which are coming, which are getting constructed day in and day out. That's where the scope of growth lies for us, and that's what we are tapping day in and day out. To ensure that as soon as a new hotel is constructed, while it's in the phase of construction, we lock
Tap
the
it in.
mattress.
Yeah, yeah.
We get the mattress business through them. As soon as a new OYO room or a new colony is getting constructed, we go ahead, and because when do people buy mattresses? People buy mattresses when they are shifting into a new
Constructing a
home.
new, yeah.
That's when they will buy a mattress, and it's mostly last minute thought, right? They'll think about furniture to be procured. They'll think about the woodwork to be done, the paint to be done, but the mattress would be the last thing. So it's important that we have all assortments available across all our dealer network, right? And that's where a lot of planning
happens.
Yeah. In terms of manufacturing, in terms of logistics availability, and in terms of ensuring that the orders get fulfilled happen.
Yeah,
Thanks.
so understanding the demography in terms of where the growth is happening and tapping that market. I'll just wrap up in 5 minutes. So talking about all these experiences, I'm sure there are some insights in your minds in terms of how location can help. I'll share a couple of examples in 2 minutes and wrap up. So what's the future? As I said, the policy opened up in 2021 and the data was available. We talked about a lot of success stories, brands like Amazon. I can talk about Ola. I can talk about Swiggy. I can talk about UFO movies. All of them have a GIS division which does R&D and does all this analytics, right? And we're growing. Now, what's the future in terms of supply chain and location aware solutions? We're doing a pilot in healthcare system for doing a drone-based last mile delivery, because healthcare, you need stuff supplied in minutes at times, right? And the fastest way is a straight line. And with the drone policy being opened up now, location analytics and platforms can help doing it. We're doing a pilot in Hyderabad region right now. We are working with some brands in terms of creating a digital twin of their warehouses internally, inside location, doing pallet management, doing wayfinding, and then automating that with AI. So that the delivery in terms of urgency is prioritized. So those kind of solutions are being looked at. Some of them are already being implemented elsewhere. Some of them are being done first time in India, right? So with that, I'll open the floor for questions if there are any. We are short on time, so maybe 1 or 2 questions, and then of course we can catch up offline after the session. Any questions, please?
Has everybody slept well? Guys, did you sleep well? That's the latest campaign.
Okay, so we'll be available off the stage as well if someone has a question. Thanks again, Business World, for having us here, and thank you, my esteemed panels, for a healthy discussion. A lot of insights I had, actually. Thank you, everyone.
That was quite an interesting session indeed. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists here who curated the session so very diligently? We would now be proceeding forward with the awards segment, but we have a 5-minute break. So I would request people, our delegates who are sitting on the back benches, please take front row seats. Start shifting forward. We want a full house when the awards happen, and we want the energy and the vibe to be a bit different. I would want you to, cheer with high spirits for all the people who would be honored and recognized here today. So a humble request to our delegates, start shifting for gear up. Another 5 to 10 minutes. We would be starting our event sharply at 7:30 p.m. for the awards. Thank you so much.
Hello. How are you? All done? Hi, Sandeep. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. All done from your side? Yes, I still have to say goodbye to one or two people. Okay. But most of them I covered, yes. Yeah, you're handing over the device this, maybe one hour or something. Okay, so I catch you at right time. So Leo, I really sincerely thanks to you. We had a wonderful association, although it was for a short time. So yeah, I can hear you. So I was saying like, although it was a very short period when we had association, just give me a minute. So Leo, I was telling you like, although it was a very short time when we had an interaction, not more than I think certainly 9 to 10 months, but I really enjoyed working with you. And I still remember when we visited all the 3 factories, very nice, basically coordination with you, and really enjoyed every moment we spent together. I really I'm not sure if you spoke to any other Indo guy.
Attention to our dignitaries, to our guests. We would be starting our award segment shortly. So, humble request to the people who are outside, kindly hurry up and join us back inside so we can kickstart today's evening awards segment, which is going to be grand and wonderful. And I would want you all to be pumped up and cheer like anything for all the people who are being recognized for their efforts here tonight. Thank you so much. Hmm. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from the compelling discussions that we witnessed today to the evening celebration, I welcome you to the second edition of BW Supply Chain Competitiveness Summit and Awards 2023. Today, we are gathered here to celebrate and honor the trailblazers in the supply chain space, the pioneers who have demonstrated exceptional commitment, dedication towards shaping the future of supply chain in India. I would once again like to thank our partners for the day, our event partner, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandom, Beanley Coffee. Before we start with the award ceremony, I would like to take this moment to thank our jury members for their deliberation and contribution in deciding the winners. I request the team to please pay the jury AV to show us a glimpse of the jury process. Can we please have the AV on the screen? Can we please have the sound on the AV as well?
I was also the jury chair for the BW Supply Chain Competitiveness Awards for this year. I had great fun working with some great minds from the entire industry. We saw very good entries, high quality competition as part of these awards, as part of the entries which came in this year. It was really tough to select the best out of those and to point out the winners. I'm sure everybody has done a great job and everybody stands a good chance to win some or the other award and get a good recognition. All the best.
It was a delight to be a part of the jury for the BW Supply Chain Awards. Very happy to see the extent of digitalization in the supply chain process across the companies who participated in the awards program. Gives us a very good signal that efficiencies are increasing in supply chain, as a result of which costs are expected to come down. And also very happy to see the incorporation of sustainability initiatives in supply chain work. I wish all the winners, congratulations for all the winners, and wish all the participants and everybody else in the supply chain ecosystem all the best for the future in increasing efficiencies and doing work. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. At the outset, thanks to BW World for giving me an opportunity to be a jury, which helped me to gain immense knowledge about various initiatives taken by great organizations and eminent supply chain leaders. Of course, they have given us a lot of work as well, evaluating the pitch deck, interviewing, validating with eminent contestants, debates with the jury, etc. But felt very good about it. Thanks for all the participants who have contested, and a big congratulations to the winners. All the best. Bye.
I'm very happy to be invited as a jury member for Supply Chain Awards. The process of selection was very objective, transparent, and democratic. I thoroughly enjoyed my participation. I was very happy with the presentations made by various candidates. I wish grand success and congratulate all the winners. Thank you.
That was quite impressive indeed. Can we have a round of applause for our jury members who had dedicated their time and efforts to bring out the final results with the awards? It's always said, the tough times don't last, but tough people do. So it's very important and imperative that in today's tough competition, we spearhead ourselves and work harder than our peers. Moving forward, I would now be requesting the humble presence of Dr. Anurag Batra, sir, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and founder, Exchange for Media, to please join us here on stage and officially open the award ceremony with his insights.
Thank you, Chandni. Good to see you after a long time. Last time I met her, it was during COVID or immediately after COVID, and she had started pizza brand, she told me. Never sent me free pizza, nor did I order. But today I asked her if she was still doing that. And she said, if you should know when to shut a business and when is the right time to grow a business. So she said it was a very competitive business, so I decided to shut it that. So good to see you, Chandni, after a long time. Good evening to all of you. I couldn't come here in the morning. One, I wasn't well and my father wasn't well last night. So, today I spend most part of my day with my father. He's going to be 84 in 9 days from now. So, I chose to do that, It is very important, so I'm here. I want to thank you for your time. I just want to say that at Businessworld, whatever we do it with high integrity and through a process. Some of my senior most colleagues are here. Uday clearly spearheaded this project. Bani and Mehak worked with Uday on this project. A lot of people on the back end supported Uday to do this. And so kudos to all of them. My senior most colleagues, Mr. Hoshi Ghaswala is here. Mr. Harbinder Narula is here. Devika is here. Devika creates some of our best events. Initiative she runs our India Business Literature Festival, which is the largest business lit fest that we have. And our Festival of Well-being and so on and so forth, Today we are here to talk about supply chain. A lot of big companies that were built in the last 3 decades in India, and I'll take the name of 2 companies that I know a little bit better than others. One is a company called Asian Paints. There are many companies like that. So I'm taking the name of companies that I'm very familiar with in a deep way. While it's a great brand and, they do right in almost every domain. They became what they became because of their supply chain, you know. Another company that really does very well in supply chain is Marico, you know. Not to say that all of you present in this room don't do well, but these are companies that I was exposed to early on about their practices in supply chain. When I was studying in a business school, which was 30 years back, it'll be 30 years in 4 months. That's is that's long how I've been working. And we had a professor of supply chain in OP. It used to be called OM, in at least at MDI when I was studying. Professor Balaji was our prof, and Dr. Ashok Panjwani, they used to teach us. And I can tell you, I didn't do well in that subject. So I'm not an expert on supply chain, so I won't labor you on supply chain. But I do want to say that the success of a lot of companies, which are in various sectors, depends on how their supply chain are. Of course, traditionally, the supply chain costs in India have been very high. They've been on an average 14%. They're coming down in usage of technologies, but globally, the supply chain cost is more like 7%. In very advanced companies and advanced markets, it's more like 6%. So if we can bring down our supply chain cost on an average, which is between 13-14%, depending on what number you take, to 7%. I think 6%, if a company is 20,000 crores, you're adding 6% to profitability, that's 1,200 crores. So all of you in the room are working towards making sure that the supply chain practices that you take add to that bottom line. The supply chain practices are most sustainable. I'm going to briefly talk to you about three things that I was supposed to talk in the morning that I haven't made a new presentation. So I'm going to talk to you about three things. One is sleep. I think as senior executive, my life revolves around my travel, my stay, my work. If I'm not feeling up to it, I prefer to sleep. Because if I don't sleep, I'm not high energy. If I don't sleep, I bite my colleagues. Not physically, but in a matter of speaking. Okay. Never bitten any one of them, and not likely to. I believe a lot of senior professionals compromise their sleep. And with the mobile phone becoming ubiquitous, we literally sleep with our mobile phones. I don't, I put it 2 rooms away from me. So if I have to use it, it takes a lot of effort. Second, I'm going to talk to you about kindness. I'm a driven person, but I'd like to believe I'm kind, but I'm not here to get that. But I genuinely believe that we have to be kind to each other. And if we are kinder, I think we'll build better practices, we'll build bigger companies, and we'll leave an impact in a way that is more deep than any way. In the afternoon, I dealt with a personal situation. I can't talk about it. And, I kept thinking and I realized I made a mistake. And then I called my wife and, talked to her and said, you're the only person I can talk to you about this. And, my wife has been in that situation. So she has old parents, I have old parents. And in my mind, what I'm gonna do because of that situation is I'll be kind to myself, not to my family members, and whatever I'll do, I can't talk about the situation. And the third is sustainability. Our planet Earth, we are speaking when COP28 is happening. India, of course, yesterday I saw a government official saying that, there is a talk of phasing out coal that is happening, and we can't just suddenly phase out coal. We can't switch off. Coal is integral to India's economy. We can't just, and of course, there's been a lot of criticism of COP that you have the leading provider of fossil fuels as the coordinator or the curator of COP. The CEO of ADNOC is the, and again, he's been saying we can't just switch off till we have a better alternative in all ways. So it has to be a transition. He seems earnest, and really that is. So I just want to quickly say that one is sleep more. How much do you sleep in the night? I'm assuming no one sleeps at work. So that's why I said, how much do you sleep in the night? Across the world, there is a world sleep study. There's one in India too. But how much do you sleep in the night, sir? You should sleep more. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours? Be honest. One. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One thing none of my colleagues will tell you that I don't bother them in the night. After 9 p.m. is rarely I will not call anyone. Till 8 I am calling people. Maybe one. How many you sleep less than 7 hours? So most of you sleep less than 7 hours. Okay. How many you sleep 8 hours or more? How many sleep 9, 10 hours? How many sleep 9, 10 hours? No. I sleep a lot of time 9, 10 hours. I do. No, sometimes on the weekday also. I sleep very early. I'm sleeping by 10:30, quarter to 11. I want sometimes sleep by 9:30. It keeps, that's what I need. Okay. I slept. I honestly woke up early in the morning because Uday is very meticulous. So, good thing about him. And he had already told me, I hope you'll be here in time. It is at 10. I hope you'll be here at 9:55. In morning is tough for me sometimes. My father wasn't because at 8:30 in the night, my sister called me and told me, I just came back home and dad still has fever. It is his 9th day and looks like it's not normal. Of course, it takes away my sleep, right? So I didn't sleep well. And for some reason, I was feeling very itchy in my body throughout the night. I couldn't sleep well. So I woke up very early. I called Hoshi and said, Hoshi, I won't be able to go. I'm going to go to sleep. Please go to the event. That's the reality. I went to sleep. I slept from 8 a.m. till 10 p.m. 10 a.m. Right? And throughout the day, I have taken better decisions because I could sleep that 2 hour well because I didn't sleep well in the night. My dad's health was on my mind, and I couldn't sleep. There could be other reasons, but primarily in my mind, that's the reason. So there is a book called Why We Sleep. Has anybody read it? Have anybody you read it? What is the name of the author? No. So if people come to me in interviews and I tell them never bullshit a bigger bullshitter, okay? But it's called Matthew Walker. So I read this many, many years back. I'll come to that. Before that, let me ask you, do you know this guy? Which IPL team does he play for? There's an iPhone 15 for somebody who tells me that. Which team? Do you know this guy? Does anybody know this guy? Don't Google him. Guess, okay, who he is. Take a guess, yaar. Hanji. Yes, he's the same guy. So this is a guy who in 2012 almost became the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. He was somewhere between the base camp. Actually, he was very close to the Mount Everest. And then one of his fellow climbers died. Another was about to die. So he had the choice either to become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest in 2012 or save the life of one of his friends. He chose to come back, not go to the Mount Everest, save the life of his friend. In the process, he lost 2 of his limbs. He had frost bites. So in the world, we all are very competitive. The fact that we do awards, the fact that you enter awards, the fact that jury members give so much time, you all are very competitive. We all are competitive. There is no question about it. And there's nothing wrong about that. We got to give best to whatever we do. But sometimes we can be very me. All of us, including me. I'm not segregating myself from you guys. I think in the world where you're trying to be so much me, all of us, I'm no different from you. Only that I sleep more than 8 hours, 27 days a month. 2 days, at least 10, 12 hours. Right? And that's a good thing you can take from me. I don't feel guilty about oversleeping because I know it helps my health. What is the point? Jogging, walking, eating right. I don't smoke, I don't drink. Sleep is the single biggest thing that will make sure that you don't have Parkinson's, you don't have Alzheimer's, you have longevity. It is the biggest fundamental pillar after which there is nutrition and movement, which is exercise. Of course, if you do those, then you're there. You live long, you live well. But before that, kindness. If you're kind to yourself and to others, you will anyway do better because you'll feel good. Have you कभी दान करते हुए किसी को बुरा लगा है या कुछ अच्छा? कभी नहीं लगेगा. It makes you feel good for 2-3. I did something in my mind and it involved a family situation. I told whoever older was, don't worry, I'm on the same page. So don't worry too much about whatever. Whatever it was, in my mind, I'm clear what I'm gonna do, and it makes me at peace. Okay. And not necessarily it's the richest people who give more. A lot of people are good at all levels. So be kind in a world. He's an Israeli. I don't know what he's doing. I started showing this slide before 7th October. And I feel lucky just to be alive is luck. I, of course, want to keep my commitment, want to grow my company, want to be the number one business media company. It's all possible, but I also want to be kind. I want to be good. And I try and be good to my colleagues. And, sometimes I'm aggressive at work. I tone that down. So be kind. You talked about Ben Yehuda. Another Ben Yehuda is an Israeli mountain climber. And then he's now become a search and rescue professional. After that, he's become one. And he's the first Israeli to climb Mount Annapurna, which is a very tougher mountain than Everest to climb. That's what I met some climbers. I have a summit that I've curated, but it's being done on another media platform by Newsec. And there is a friend's daughter who at 8 climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, Harsha Benur's daughter. I have another climber coming who's at 23 was the youngest Mumbaiker to climb Mount Everest. He's now 28, 29. He's about to get married, so another challenge in his life. Coming back to sleep, when I first read the book, it looked like this. There's a YouTube talk. So you can, if you like reading a book, you can read the book. And I read it about 3 months back again when I was going for a BW Healthcare event to Bangalore. And since then, I haven't missed sleeping well. Sometimes I can be, I can be more focused. And this is the latest edition. And of course, it has changed a little bit and it says the international. And in the book, at the end, it says scientists have discovered a new revolutionary treatment that makes you live longer. It enhances your memory and makes you more creative. It makes you look more attractive. It keeps you slim and lowers food cravings, so on and so forth. That drug is sleep. So to all of you, sleep a little more than you do, keep your phone away. If you can sleep 8 hours, it's great. If you can sleep a little more, that's also great. Okay. That would be my first. Talking of kindness, I do buy books, and these days I tell myself, finish the first books you bought, and then buy another book, but I still end up buying books. This is a book I read in March. It's called Humankind, A Hopeful History by Richard Bregman. And basically, Harari has said that human beings are very mean. They come to their base form, they compete with each other, they claw into each other. This book is an entirely contrary point of view. And this guy is a young Dutch, he should be 40, who's actually gone and met a lot of people who've been in those narratives of unkindness. It's a fascinating book, written well, and it has fascinating storytelling. And it basically says human beings are very kind. And he's done research over 150 years. And I can tell you, I just called a friend of mine, he's the MD and CEO of a large company, and he's the jury chair for the next year of the supply chain. Whenever we do an initiative, when it's completing this year, we announce the jury for that next year. And he was saying something to me, and I said, "Sir, I'm just kind. God is kind to me, and I am the recipient of your kindness." And then I read his second book. It is actually his first book. That is his second book, called Utopia for Realists, which has ideas. So read that book, and if it can make you a little more kinder, I'm sure all of you are very kind. And the third thing, this I read about 4 months back or 3.5 months, whenever it came. I was at the Habitat Center meeting a journalist friend of mine. The library lounge is a little quieter place. Only members are allowed. So, and I reached ahead of time. It was a Saturday, and I got this too. I subscribed to Time, and I had not read it for some reason. I missed it, and I had 15 minutes, so I read it. And it asks a question or says, what is the most important place on earth? What is the most important place on earth? Ironically, it's the oceans. And it's a fascinating cover. You can get a copy from archives, or possibly they put it on the time.com site. And it basically said that the more the oceans are shrinking, and the large mammals in the ocean are shrinking, it is bad for us because the large mammals, the excreta, when it's at the ocean bottom, it uh, it absorbs a lot of carbon dioxide. And really, I was listening to the talk on 9th April last year. My daughter was speaking at a UN event in Bombay, and the chief of the Navy was there, and he was talking about similar things. I heard him, but it didn't register. I mean, it registered a little bit because that day focus was listening to my daughter's talk. And my last recommendation is a book called The Almanac of Naval Ravikant. I'm that kind of guy who looks at best book lists. And this 6 months back featured on every book list. New York Times, Washington Post. So I bought it. And there's a free copy. Digitally, the copy is free. Only the print copy is. He hasn't written it. A gentleman called Eric Jorgensen has written it based on his tweets. And with all humility, when I read the book, I liked it, but I follow 80% of the things except for cold baths and eating less, which I have to follow. I follow a lot of things subconsciously, which are in the book. It's a lovely book, simple book, one not complex. So I do want to recommend, books to you. I want to end by saying that thank you for being here today. You heard the jury chair speak. He's not here because his daughter has unexpectedly landed 2 days ahead. Daughter has just graduated from Stanford, and it has happened to me. So I know that he has to go home. If he doesn't go home, though he was scheduled to come here, all of you have gone through the process by which we arrived at the awards. We do our awards very seriously, and over a period of time, we also have more domain expertise. We intend to, we built 27 communities in various sectors. 12 of them are leaders. Like in the hospitality community, bwhotelier.com is the leader. In legal, we're at the cusp of business and law. We're not about courts. We are not live law. We are not bar and bench. They do a great job, right? We're about business. So similarly, supply chain management is a very important domain. We will launch a full-fledged community. This is a start. Hopefully, and we know that we'll grow the scale of this initiative. You are part of the early cohort. So I wish you luck, success, and congratulations to all the winners. To one who were shortlisted, who presented to the jury, and who didn't win. Virat Kohli is a great cricketer. So is Rohit Sharma. So is Sachin Tendulkar. Or some days they get out on low runs. We don't win. So possibly if you presented and you didn't win, it was not your day. It doesn't mean that the work that you're doing is not worthwhile. Also, awards are about elimination. They're not perfect. The process is perfect, but no awards are perfect. Only two, I'm a Hindu. I keep saying the only two things that are perfect is Lord Shiva and my wife. Everybody else is imperfect. So I wish you luck. Please clap harder for all the winners when they come up on stage. Congratulations to the Business World team for putting this together. And I'm sure, like a lot of our initiatives, whether in healthcare, well-being, in hospitality, in legal, in entrepreneurship, in sustainability, we will be able to grow this domain with your patronage, with your time, with your inputs, and editorially do much more than what we do currently. Thank you. God bless you. Good evening. Look forward to the awards.
Thank you so much, sir. That was quite insightful indeed. And every conversation with Dr. Anurag Batra is something to learn from, right? Can we have a huge round of applause for sir here? Thank you so much. हारना उसे नहीं कहते जो बार बार गिरते हैं, पर जीतना उसे जरूर कहते हैं जो बार बार गिर के उठते हैं. So you all are achievers here tonight. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for all of you. And just a humble request as we begin the award segment, तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट रुकनी नहीं चाहिए, थमनी नहीं चाहिए. The louder you clap and cheer for others, the more of good karma is going to come back to you also. Moving forward, today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channel and on our website www.bwbusinessworld.in. Join the celebration of the evening by using hashtag BW Supply Chain. Really, supply chain is everywhere. It's like nature, right? Who agrees with me? Can we have a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. Before we start with the award ceremony, I would humbly request all the winners to get down from the left side of the stage for the photo for the magazine and request all the winners to stay till the very end for the group photo for our online coverage. And now the time is here to reveal the winners of the second edition of BW Supply Chain Competitiveness Awards 2023. To felicitate our first set of winners, I would humbly request the presence of Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld Founder, Exchange for Media, to please join me here on stage, followed by Hoshi Ghaswala, CEO, BW Engage, and of course, Harbinder Narula, CEO, BW Healthcare World and BW Wellbeing World. Can we welcome our pillars of strength with a huge round of applause, please? Louder, I need more cheering. Thank you. We have another pillar who will be joining us shortly. Once the lady is here, I would be announcing for her arrival. Till then, let's begin our award segment now. So our first award is in the category of Operational Excellence in Logistics, and the winner is Deepak Fertilizers. We have Head Supply Chain Excellence Award. Can we have a huge round of applause? Congratulations to you, sir. Moving forward to our next award now. Definitely. Can we have a cordless mic here? Can we get cordless mic?
Hi, good evening, everyone. So it is really a great movement having this. So as far as supply chain is concerned, especially for chemicals, and once it comes to the hazardous chemicals, it becomes more complex and more typical. And once we put along with hazardous chemicals, fertilizer, so it becomes complex, over complex, because you're dealing with the peoples up to the last leg and the customers, which are totally unorganized. So be within the Deepak Fertilizer, taken this challenge and just did a complete digitalization of the entire process, which makes us future ready. And even though we have this capability, in one segment, we are tracking the consumption, and in one segment, we are having the visibility up to the last leg when my last this thing product is getting used. So this is what we have created within the organization.
I just also want to say, I think on 17th November, our managing editor Palaksha wrote a piece, BW exclusive. No, actually, Levina Netri wrote it, who's a columnist, and Palak edited it. The story behind the secret oil pipeline fueling Israel-Hamas war. It got 1.3 lakh views. 1.3 lakh views. So supply chain, of course, the Israel conflict is very complex. It's not just about economics. It's a lot about religion, and it's a lot about other things. But some people believe in that the reason for the Israel-Hamas war is the secret oil pipeline behind, which was going to come up. So that's the art piece that one of our senior contributing editors wrote. You may want to read it. It's an interesting point of view. And clearly we believe that if we published it, we believe it's true. I also I wanted to say that Mr. B. Thiagarajan, who's the MD and CEO of Blue Star, has agreed to be the jury chair for the second edition, which of course timelines will work out. Again, he's a very senior professional in the domain. and he understands supply chain. I remember one day he called me, I won't take the name, about 1.5 years back. He gave me 3 names of large supply chain providers and asked me specific question. I said, I don't know, but I'll ask domain experts and come back, and I did get back to him. I also wanted to say that the two biggest enemies to sleep are, one of them is a supply chain marvel. Companies like Zomato, Swiggy, they are saying you can eat food at 2 a.m. We'll get you food at 2 a.m. Be awake. And then you have companies in the media space like Netflix, Amazon, and Indian players. You can binge watch whole night. You don't have to sleep. Just keep watching one of these. But I think that's where the role of sleep comes. If you sleep more, you'll take better decisions. Back to you, Chandni. And I thought the conference happened in the day about supply chain. So your award speeches, keep them short. We like your passion for supply chain management and what you're doing, but keep them short. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward to our next award now, which is in the category of Supply Chain Visionary Leader, 40 and above. And the gold winner is we have a round of applause for Soha. Come on, people. Come on, people, let's cheer on more. Thank you. Come on. All right, then moving forward to our next award now, which is the category Supply Chain Resilience Expert. And the winner is Ashish Parhar, Global Product Director, Supply Chain Business from Boston Consulting. We have years of process. Come on, people, louder. All right, then moving on to our next category now. Our next award is for Supply Chain Digitalization Champion, and the bronze award goes to the bronze winner is Come on, people, louder, more cheering, more voting should be coming from all of you.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to thank everybody, the BW team, the jury members specifically, and the people, and everybody here, a lovely audience. And I specifically want to thank because we are doing a lot of work in the supply chain domain or in the business world, but getting it into the forefront, and making the works recognized on a platform, I think is very, very crucial. It's not about recognition also, it's also about learning from each other, the things which are happening. I think this effort, it's a brilliant effort, and it should be, as you said, is going to continue. every year. So looking forward to more of this, and thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Moving forward to our next award now, which is for Supply Chain Digitalization Champion, and the bronze winner is. And the winner is Holy Global Planning and Fulfillment Manager, ADP. Come on, people, order. We need more cheering, nothing coming up from all of you. Moving forward to our next category now, which is Supply Chain Digitalization Champion, and the silver prize goes to. Archie Carter, supply chain from the Boston Consulting Group. Congratulations to you, sir. Moving forward to our next category, which is Supply Chain Digitalization Champion, and the winner for the silver category is. From Johnson Industries. Can we have it on the social channel? Come on, people, make some noise. Congratulations to you, sir. Moving on to our next category now, which is Supply Chain Change Management Pioneer, and the winner is. The winner is Sanjeev Garg, Chief Supply Chain Officer from IQ Technology Private Limited. Congratulations to our winner here. Moving forward to our next category now, which is Supply Chain Diversity and Inclusion Advocate, and the winner is. The winner is. Congratulations to you, sir. Moving forward, our next award is for supply chain emerging talent below 35, and the silver winner is. I would humbly request our winners to please at least stay back and share their joy with us over. Okay. I'm not. Bhumika, would you like to say a few words, like 20, 30 seconds of your time, just to share how you're feeling, how motivated you feel?
Well, this feels incredible. I'll be forever grateful to be a part of an organization like Cipla, who truly believes in caring for life. Thank you to the jury member and team back at Cipla for recognizing this hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Moving forward to our next award, which is for supply chain emerging talent below 35, and the gold winner is. Susan, would you like to say something? Share your thoughts, feelings?
Uh, I'm very humbled and honored to receive this prestigious award. And this award is not just mine, it belongs to each member of our JCube team. Thank you, BW, for organizing this event. Thank you very much.
All right, then, moving forward now. Our next award is for Supply Chain Sustainability Leader, and the winner is. From Arazi Life Sciences. Congratulations. Come on, people, louder. Let's cheer on.
Yeah, good evening, all of you. I'm Suman Purohit. We'd like to thank Businessworld for recognizing us and also thank Aragen Life Sciences Management. Aragen is committed to sustainability and this award is for the entire Aragen Life Sciences. Thank you.
All right, then moving forward, our next award is for Supply Chain Mentor of the Year, and the silver winner is. Congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you, Businessworld and jury members for selecting us for this award. Texmaco has been supplying freight cars for last 7 decades, and we have supplied more than 150,000 wagons and have been contributing towards Indian Railways and the nation. And we have developed both backward and forward integration. Thank you very much.
All right, then moving forward to our next award now, which is for Supply Chain Mentor of the Year Gold. And the gold winner is. Congratulations to you, sir. Rise and shine indeed.
Thank you so much to BW entire team and the jury for selecting me for this. I work for TCS. I believe I don't need to give introduction for Tata. So the entire ethics of Tata is about giving back to the society, and I definitely stand up to the mark and deliver back to the society. And thank you for selecting me for this honor of a mentor of the year. Thank you so much.
Moving forward to our next award now, which is Entrepreneur, Supply Chain Leadership, and the winner is. Come on, people, it's too long. More cheering, more hooting from all the wonderful people sitting here. Come on, make some noise.
You won the award.
I would never experience before this, but I'm very grateful to our team and my supporting clients, partners, and family members who have supported me constantly. Thank you.
Thank you, all of you. You know, I was asking her, I'm asking everyone where they come from, what are they doing? And I asked her, when did she start the company? She said 5 years back. That's quite a journey. Well done. Congratulations.
Congratulations once again. Moving on to our next award category, which is end-to-end supply chain excellence. And the bronze award goes to Chief Operating Officer of Flight Card Division. And the team as well. Can you have a round of applause for them, please? Make some noise. Moving forward to our next award, which is for end-to-end supply chain excellence, and the silver winner is Congratulations to you, sir. Moving forward to our next award, which is End-to-End Supply Chain Excellence Award for Gold. And the winner is we have to be the 3PL and contract logistics and Riturat Sharma, GM Sales, here with us. Zoda Tali who's doing great. Come on, people, make some noise. Congratulations to the entire team. Rise and shine indeed. Moving forward to our next award, which is for End-to-End Supply Chain Excellence Gold. And the gold winner is
And we have here VP from Supply Chain, along with the team. Congratulations, rise and shine indeed. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Come on, people, make some noise.
Thank you so much, Business World. I think this is one of the most objective evaluation process we went through from an award supply chain standpoint. I think this goes a lot way towards the leadership vision. We are now 200 outlets strong. It's India's one of India's favorite brands today. And I think there's a lot of learning we are doing, and we are still in the journey. So it's a great feeling that it's getting acknowledged, and I'm sure that we are just going to be scaling new heights. Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again to the entire team. Moving forward, our next award category is Excellence in Supply Chain Innovation and Creativity. And the bronze winner is.
Hello.
And the winner is we have
मैरिज पे चला ना
Come on, people, can we have a round louder? Round of applause. First winner, the winner is here tonight.
Thanks a lot. I think the Barbecue Nation team has already said what I really want to say. So I think we keep on going through a lot of awards, and we keep on seeing a lot of people. So I think this was one of the very detailed criteria to be filled up. I think thanks a lot, Bani, for sticking with me when I took like 3-4 days to fill up everything. And she kept on saying, please fill it up. And I think just putting up the detail form actually allowed me also to just take in all the work that we are doing. So thanks a lot for that. And I think even the jury, they were really, I think after my MBA college admission, this is the first time I've been grilled so hard. So thanks a lot for taking me to my college.
शादी नहीं की क्या आपने? शादी नहीं की?
नहीं, वो तो next level है ना.
अच्छा, not comparable that.
I'm not talking
Mount Everest type.
I'm not talking about constant nagging. Na, that is, you get used to it.
Okay, kidding. Please give him a big round of applause. And I do want to say that our process is an honest process, and we are a knowledge, so we are capturing it. It's not a perfect process, and maybe in the third, fourth year, this is the second year, you will see that we'll be close to perfect. And I also want to say that, before I acquired Businessworld 10 years back, I was lucky enough to build a company called Exchange for Media, which is the #1 website on the business of marketing, advertising, media. And we do a news broadcast awards there. And, somebody would say, oh, so many awards. This is the 16th year. Last year, the vice chairman of Rajya Sabha was the jury chair, and the INB minister was the chief guest. And I tell them these awards are not for anchors. These are for people who are show coordinators, people who do promos. So one of the vision that me, Hoshi, we all share is a lot of domains that are really core to business, but they don't get applauded a lot. The work in there doesn't get showcased beyond the organization. So we are here to be able to, supply chain is one of those very important backbones of a business with the amount of money that goes in it and the criticalness of supply chain. We're happy that leaders like you who work in the back are getting recognized. So just want to say that, and thank you for the acknowledgement of the process. I think it means a lot, and congratulations to Bani, Uday, and Mehak for doing it. And I hope you stay for dinner, sir. नहीं तो आपका dinner मेरे को खाना पड़ेगा.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward to our next category, which is Excellence in Supply Chain Innovation and Creativity. And the silver winner here is.
Forward and accept this token of appreciation from our end. Come on, people, make some noise.
Moving forward to our next category henceforth, which is excellence in supply chain innovation and creativity. And the silver winner is.
Supply chain finance here with us. Let's give it a round of applause to the entire team for winning the award. Congratulations once again to the entire team. Rise and shine indeed.
Our next award is for the category Excellence in Supply Chain Innovation and Creativity, and the gold winner is.
Lead procurement here with us. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए. Come on, people, make some noise. Congratulations once again to the entire team.
Moving forward to our next award category, which is Excellence in Supply Chain Resilience and Risk Management. The winner is. Moving forward to our next award category, which is Outstanding Customer-Centric Supply Chain, and the bronze winner is. Congratulations, sir. Moving on to our next award category, which is Outstanding Customer-Centric Supply Chain. And the silver winner is
Supply chain finance one more time. Let's welcome the entire team. Come on, people, make some noise. Let's cheer along for all our winners here tonight. Our next award category is Outstanding Customer-Centric Supply Chain, and the silver winner is I'm Sukanya. Let's have a huge round of applause for them. Congratulations to the entire team here. Moving forward to our next award now, which is for Outstanding Customer-Centric.
A big thank you to obviously the hosts, Business World, all our lovely colleagues and contemporaries in the industry. And I think if there's another word for supply chain, then it has to be customer centricity. And if you want to look at other synonym, then I'm sure omni-channel and sustainability are the two most used or rather abused words where we have to walk the talk more. But a big thank you to everybody. And we feel very proud to be part of this entire journey.
Congratulations to the team one more time. Rise and shine indeed. Moving forward, we now are going to be announcing for the Outstanding Customer-Centric Supply Chain Gold winner.
Logistics, and Mr. Joseph DGM and Mr. Devanjan National Demand Planner. Loads and loads of congratulations to the entire team. Congratulations. So would you like to say something?
I'll take 30 seconds, not more than that. I learnt a word from him, Ubuntu. We are, I am because we are. So in the same spirit as a team, because we also believe that customer is everything. So customer is there, so we are. So that's all.
Very impressive. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on to our next award, which is for supply chain digital transformation. Bronze winner. Let's see.
And the bronze winner is the Business World President Commercial Lady Yoga. Congratulations to the entire team one more time. I would request Dr. Anurag Bajra to kindly take a seat as we have our dignitary here with us, Sneha Oberoi, CFO, EVP Administration, Suzuki Motorcycle India. Let's welcome the lady with a huge round of applause. And I would like to humbly thank ma'am for taking our time to present the next segment of our awards now. Our next award category is Supply Chain Digital Transformation, and the bronze winner is we work with digital planning, Kumar, Manager Servicing, SCM, and Mr. Rajendra Singh. Demand planning SCM now with us. Lots of congratulations to the entire team. Come on, people, make some noise. Let's hear it. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next award category, which is Supply Chain Digital Transformation. And the silver winner is for winning again. Come on, people. We need more cheering, more voting from all of you. Our next category is Supply Chain Digital Transformation, silver winner. And here it goes. I would request all the winners to kindly stay back for one group picture for coverage in the magazine. Just a humble request, don't leave early. Moving forward to our next category, which is Supply Chain Digital Transformation, and the gold winner is
तो मेरे को कौन सा कर दिया कि मैंने सप्लाई चेन
आवाज नहीं आ रही।
Everybody can have a huge round of applause for the winners here tonight. Come on, make some noise. So would you like to share your thoughts, how you're feeling with the audience?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, BW, and the jury members for recognizing us. It would have not been possible had it not been a change in terms of the belief in the management in terms of why digital transformation is required for every organization. And with the help of our team and other cross-functional team, this would have not been possible. Thank you once again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations once again. Moving on to our next category now, which is for supply chain education enrollment excellence, and the winner is
We have Dr. Winnie with us. तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए. Everybody can be here. A round of applause for the gentleman here. Congratulations to you and the entire team. Next we have is the Sustainable Supply Chain Leadership Award, and the bronze winner is the winner Our next award is for the category of Sustainable Supply Chain Leadership, and the silver winner is Come on, people, make some noise. Next year long. Congratulations once again to the winners.
Good evening, and thank you so much to BW and the entire jury for having us here. Anuragji was talking about being kind. I think this is the brand value, which we take in Kama Ayurveda, being kind to skin, kind to people, and kind to planet. These are the ethos which we start with, and sustainability is in our core. And this is a journey, and the journey will continue. And all these awards, really motivates us to continue this journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving forward to our next category, which is Sustainable Supply Chain Leadership. For silver award, we have
Manager, Raise that volume and do so. Come on, people, make some noise. Congratulations to the entire team. Moving forward to our next award, which is Sustainable Supply Chain Leadership, and the gold winner is the gold Someone below senior manager, supply chain, strategy and sustainability. Congratulations to the entire team one more time.
Good evening, one and all. Lovely evening, and thanks to Businessworld and Jyoti for selecting Arajan for two prestigious awards, Innovation and Sustainability Leadership. And also excited Suman got recognized as a sustainable leader. So Arajan is a CRO CDMO, leading CRO CDMO operating in India in the pharmaceutical space. And customers form a core of what we do and how we do. And such awards, when we get selected at such prestigious forums, endorses our efforts and also motivates us to do much better and set new standards. A lot of my colleagues are watching it over live streaming, and I would also like to tell them, we too are here, but this is all for you all sitting there and encouraging us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations once again to the entire team. Moving ahead, our next award is for Supply Chain Startup of the Year, and the winner is
The winner is here tonight. Congratulations once again to the entire team.
Our next award is in the category of Collaborated Supplier Partnership, and the winner is
Division and the entire team. Congratulations once again to the entire team.
moving forward. Our next award category, Supply Chain Digitalization Champion, and the gold winner is Yes, he would be joining us virtually. Let's take a look. Congratulations to you, sir. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm calling from China. I'm very happy to take this award. I'm very happy. And thanks to the entire team.
Congratulations once again to you.
Thank you.
Moving forward to our last award here tonight, last but not the least, End-to-End Supply Chain Excellence, and the bronze winner is Congratulations to him. Unfortunately, the person is not physically here, neither virtually, but his award will be delivered to him for sure. Now that we have come to a closure of this amazing award segment, just a humble request once again to all the winners to come forward onto the stage for a group picture. Please carry your awards along with you. Hurry, we are waiting. Come. I would also request Dr. Batra to join in.
Yes, sir.
I think we can be a bit more bright and upright. Say cheese. Congratulations to all the winners. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. I think we can do a victory sign also, guys. Come on. Let's make the moment count. As all good things come to an end, today's event is also coming to its closure. The dinner is being served. Do enjoy networking over dinner and drinks. This is Anchor Chandani Sehgal signing off for tonight. Thank you so much for having me.